right, so we're about 5 minutes away from our presidential session. We're expecting some of the heads of state to join us, but also our speakers as well. So if you are standing now, if you can just take your seat, and then obviously we'll reserve the first row for some of our speakers, so as soon as they get in, we can get started. So please take your seat. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes. Thank you. It's me again. Good afternoon. If I ask you to just take your seat, we'll begin to have some of our speakers coming in. We just have the aide Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, will just join us. And the president of the Gate Foundation is here as well Ibrahim Macho. So please take your seat. As soon as we get our dignitary heads of state, we'll get started. We also have the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization who's going to join the session as well. Please take your seat. Again, good afternoon. Apology for the delay. We are waiting for the Secretary of State, Special Envoy John Kerry. We'll be here in about 5 minutes. As he gets in, we'll get started. So, apology for the delay. So, in the meantime, if you can find yourself a seat, then we can at least have everybody seated by the time we get to the opening ceremony. So, please find yourself a seat, if you can. This is the reserve part. And we'll need a more. If I may ask for your indulgence, we're going to have some of the heads of states that are coming in. I realize the front seats are occupied by non-speakers. So if you can just find your seat just a little bit behind so that we can at least don't have an embarrassing diplomatic situation when the president doesn't have a seat. So please, if you're not a speaker or holding a seat or not one of the VIP guests, if you can just give us that space so we can accommodate the heads of state. Coming. If I can ask you to take your seat, we're just about to welcome Senator John Kerry, Special Envoy on Climate Change. We'll give him a good round of applause for Senator. Excellent. I don't know who said that adaptation was not exciting. By the presence that we have in the room, I've decided the new acronym for AAA is ADAPT, ADAPT, and ADAPT. And I want to warmly welcome all of you by saying good afternoon, bonjour, bon dia, assalamu alaikum, and obviously being in Kenya, habari, as a Kenyan way in welcoming you. My name is Ibrahima Sheikh Diong. I am from the beautiful country of Senegal, but I am here also as United Nations Assistant Secretary General, but also the Director General of the African Race Capacity from the African Union. Now, given the amount of speakers that we have and the excitement for this panel, we're going to skip the protocol and get right into the bottom of why we're here. Now, for those who are following up the conversation we're having so far, there seems to be a consensus. What's being committed for adaptation may be falling short for African expectation. So therefore, that's why this event is extremely important. There's also a consensus. We need to continue mobilizing resources, both domestically, globally, in Africa, to meet the huge funding need of adaptation in Africa. And I could not think of a better panel to have a conversation about mobilizing resources. Last but not least, the mere fact that this session is called Unlocking Adaptation recognizes there are opportunities to be unlocked. The question is, do we need to review the governance of climate finance? Do we need to forge the right partnership? Do we need to innovate? It's not business as usual. And you don't have to listen to me because our panelists will delve into all these issues in a way that we can walk away with some commitment, but also some suggestion about how do we unlock adaptation finance, but also make sure we deliver for Africa. Our session is divided into three parts. We're going to start with our heads of states and some of our dignitaries. We're going to be making some opening remarks. And then second, I have two panels. One with heads of state called the presidential panel, which I will get the chance to ask them some tough questions, but also some questions so they can share their perspective. Last but not least, we have what we call the institutional panel. We'll invite some institutions that are involved in climate adaptation so they can tell us what commitment they're prepared to make so we can deliver for Africa at the end of this summit. Without further ado, it is my distinguished honor to invite Senator John Kerry, Special Envoy for Climate Change for the United States of America. Senator Kerry, the floor is yours, and give him a round of applause.
So thank you, Director General, thank you very much for introducing me, and thank you all for being here at this really, I think, transformational moment with respect to adaptation. I will confess to you that, and nobody's put me under duress to do this, but you know, earlier in the COPs that we have attended, and I've attended COPs since the very beginning in 1992. 1992 was the creator of the COPs, actually, the Earth Summit in Rio. Back then, adaptation was really the stepchild of almost everybody who was involved in it. People thought, oh gosh, adaptation now, we're going to beat this. We're going to get ahead of the curve on it. And there was an expectation that, you know, most places were going to be able to take care of themselves, et cetera. Obviously, that proved to be woefully, hugely wrong, and we've delayed and lost time. And adaptation is now critical because the world is behind in this endeavor. there's just too much business as usual, as I said earlier upstairs. And we've got to break the code of business as usual. This is an emergency, urgent. It's urgent around the world. And when the scientists are telling us that we could be standing on the brink of 5 individual tipping points, then you have to sort of stop and say to yourself, well, what are the consequences of those tipping points if you pass them? What are they? This comes from Johan Rockström, who I have great respect for, who is a lead scientist, the director of the Potsdam Institute. The potential boundaries that we have gone beyond certainly begin with the coral reefs, secondly, the Barents Sea, thirdly, and beginning to rise in their crisis level, the permafrost. And as the permafrost thaws in Siberia and Alaska, various parts of the world, massive amounts of 40,000-year locked up methane are released. And methane, as you all know, in its early years is 80 to 100 times more potent in damage and destructiveness than carbon dioxide. And in its later years, it goes down to something like 20 times more, which you can't really feel good about, because 20 times, if you look at CO2, it's destructive enough. 20 times that is a freebie for methane, which is why we created the methane pledge, and we're now trying to get countries to step up and agree to capture that methane. And that was a pledge we put forward in Glasgow, but it wasn't done in the context of adaptation. Now, adaptation, we have learned, is now, I guess it's a manifestation to some degree of the failure of people to sort of get ahead of the curve. Because the reason it's now so much front and center is that so many more people are at risk. So many more people are being hurt. So many more communities are being destroyed. So many more events are taking place, which could, if you had adapted, which could have saved lives. And needless to say, adaptation is tough in some ways because it doesn't usually lend itself. It does occasionally, but it doesn't usually lend itself to a profit-making, money-making proposition. And so the big money that we need to affect this transition is not available. Now, many of you know that when we began to hear about the adaptation issue from people who were sort of ahead of the curve with respect to what the impacts were, adaptation was deemed to be sort of less important than mitigation because everybody said, oh, we're going to mitigate. And if we mitigate enough, we will take away the capacity to have adaptation be more imperative. Well, that didn't happen either. Mitigation, we're still going up in emissions, except for a couple of places. And the rise of emissions is a danger to every single person in this room, every person in the world. So adaptation has now been made critical because more and more people are exposed, and because of where we are in the curve of reducing emissions, we know that a whole bunch more people are going to be greatly impacted, at risk of life and limb, and communities destroyed, because this is going to continue. This year is better. If you measure where we are in this last curve, look at the last 10 years. Every year hotter than the next, almost. Every year more events taking place that cost more money. And we're on a cycle where we see that we're just sort of breeding these events in a way. And so different things become important. Adaptation, building an early warning system, that's adaptation. Making sure people have the ability to seek cover, building those shelters or areas out of the sea's reach, which people could take refuge, that's adaptation. Crops that are at risk and maybe terminally at risk. If we can't build resilience in those crops, or if we can't, and some people won't like that because it's GMO, process, and there's some folks who won't go near that. So we have all kinds of hurdles to get over in this, but we have to urgently decide what our priorities are in terms of building this resilience into our communities. Disease, another threat. As it gets warmer, diseases don't die out where they used to die out. You also don't have certain kinds of insects and predators die out the way they used to. So beetle bark, you have unbelievable numbers of trees destroyed every year, which is a loss of sink that takes place as a consequence of the lack of hardening of those by preventing that from happening. Now, some of what I've just described to you, it falls into this slot of, the changes taking place with methane, which is even more damaging, as I said. But here, I only listed 3 of the tipping points. And the most grave of those that I mentioned is obviously the methane, the permafrost. But here are the 2 gigantic ones. And I visited both places to find out more about it. The Antarctic and the Arctic. The rate of melting in the Arctic is 4 times faster than the rest of the planet. I've landed in an airplane up on that ice sheet, and you can look out and see massive amount of water flowing underneath. Look down this hole 100 feet deep. Torrential river, just melting, going out into the ocean every day. I went to a fjord where the ice is breaking off. The ice breaks off. 86 million metric tons of ice every single day melting and falling into the sea and going out and melting. 86 million metric tons, just to give you an idea, is enough water for greater New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut for an entire year, every day. Now, if you don't think that's worrying, then you're not paying attention to the facts and the realities. So that's where we are, folks. If the Antarctic and the Arctic over the next 100 years, perhaps, it's not something that's going to happen in 10 years, and we shouldn't be scaring people with anything but facts. I mean, the reality is it's going to happen at a steady rate. You've got miles deep ice, but it's melting faster and faster. And we're already seeing sea level rise. And we're already seeing island states whose adaptation has now become leaving their island state. And that may grow in amount. So every continent, every country, everywhere in the world is experiencing this. And it's inevitable. We must save the lives we can. We have a responsibility to be thoughtful about building resilience into communities where that can help to reduce money, reduce cost outlays. I mean, insurance. We have insurance companies that have now pulled out of insuring homes in various parts of the United States. I don't know about everywhere else. But it's changing life, changing business, changing all the rules. So no place has been as greatly impacted with respect to food security than Africa. And that is a mighty large challenge, because what can happen, obviously, is if the food production capacity of a place like Africa failed utterly, just collapses, then you're going to have migration that defies the imagination. And when you have migration at great amounts and people looking for water and looking for shade, looking for a temperature you can live in, you will have conflict, which is why our military personnel say we have largest conflict. There's a conflict multiplier in what is happening with respect to the climate now. So that's why the United States is supporting this effort, specifically the Africa Adaptation Initiative and the Food Security Accelerator that we launched at COP27 together. And that is going to support African entrepreneurs operating climate-smart food businesses. And there are already entrepreneurs in Rwanda, for instance, finding ways to better process a local drought-resistant crop, cassava, and that will replace wheat flour. The accelerator can help grow these small, medium-sized enterprises, SMEs. We've made good on our 25 million pledge from COP27, and earlier today I announced we're going to put another 20 million into that effort, and that brings our overall investment in the accelerator to 45 million. And the calls for proposals for this opens at the end of September. So those of you who want to think about partaking, we're inviting African entrepreneurs to submit ideas and innovations so together we can build towards a climate resilient, food resilient, secure Africa. Let me just close by saying, look, we also announced 10 million to a technical assistance facility under the Climate Resilience and Adaptation Technical Finance and Technology Fund. I don't know who makes up these names, but the accelerator, but there's something like cold chain storage, which would help maintain soils and in a high protein, fiber, and iron. And there's a market for fonio in the U.S. People everywhere want nutritious crops that can withstand the effect of climate. And through the VAX, we are going to help mobilize investments and make that happen. So my friends, VAX is working rapidly. And these new announcements I've just made are in addition to the 100 million that we announced in July for the Vision Adapted Crop Soils, that is the VAX, and we made that announcement this July of 100 million. So, folks, the fight for food security is a fight for global security, and it's a fight to protect people against disease, against all of the negative implications of what happens with respect to the continued damage we're going to witness. There's a sobering thought, which most scientists will confirm. This year was worse than last year. Last year was better than this year. This year will be better than next year and the year after. That is what we are looking at if you want to be realistic and honest with the evidence we're facing. So there's nothing to prevent us from speeding up but us, ourselves. This is a human-made problem. It's subject to a human solution. And we all know what that solution is. Stop polluting with greenhouse gases and start building out the renewables, the alternative energy, all the technologies that will make life safer, healthier, much cleaner, and in the long run, much more prosperous than it is today. So thanks all for being part of this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator John Kerry, for reminding us that a human-made problem has to come up with human solutions. Now, he was the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations. He's been a chair and president of the Global Green Growth Institute, and frankly, he's been more busy after the United Nations than actually today. Join me in welcoming Ban Ki-moon as our next speaker.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Your Excellency Julius Maada Bonibo, President of Sierra Leone, Her Excellency Saleh Jude, President of Ethiopia, His Excellency Mustafa Matboli, Prime Minister of Egypt, Honorable John Kerry, and I really thank for his very excellent statement just now. Honorable Huang Lunchu, Minister of Ecology and Environment of China, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, hello and good afternoon. Hujambo and Habarija Jamchana. Thank you. In my capacity as President of the Assembly and the Chairman of the Council of the Global Green Growth Institute, I'd like to welcome all of you to this very important occasion. And I thank for your strong passion and compassion to deal with climate change, thus realizing a green economy. First of all, I understand that President Ali Bongo of Gabon was supposed to open this important event with me. As you know, there was a coup d'etat in Gabon just last week, and President Bongo is not able to join us. Therefore, I'd like to take this opportunity to express my deepest concerns and utmost wish for a speedy and peaceful resolution based on the principles of democracy, rule of law, and human rights. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all gathered here at the Africa Climate Summit because we are facing a pivotal moment with a growing urgent threat that transcends national borders, races, and social class, the climate crisis. As leaders, it is our duty to ensure the security and well-being of our people, but the rapidly changing climate threatens the very fabric of our societies, and its impacts are not waiting for anyone. Today, it is virtually impossible to read the newspapers or watch the news without coming across headlines about unprecedented heat waves, droughts, or floods, and more destructive weather events that lead to food insecurity, water scarcity, and climate refugees, the displacement of communities due to climate change. Whether we want to admit it or not, climate change is already here. It is a daily reality. And the poorest communities in Africa and elsewhere, although they are the least to be responsible for climate change, they are feeling the impact the hardest. Therefore, as the President of the Assembly and Chair of the Council of the Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, I would like to share about a transformative solution in the making. The Africa and Middle East SAFE Initiative, SAFE Initiative, with SAFE standing for Scaling Up Climate Resilient Agriculture and Food System Transformation and Economic Development. By placing food security at the forefront, the initiative will aim to pave the way for comprehensive actions and to focus on enhancing food security, improving livelihoods, and creating jobs with the potential to mobilize 10 billion through public-private partnerships in Africa and Middle East. The initiative, which would reflect the priorities of African and Middle East countries, is also aligned with the objectives of the United Arab Emirates COP28 presidency and the Sustainable Development Goal number 2, Zero Hunger, and could yield remarkable benefits by transforming millions of hectares of farmland into resilient agriculture, substantially reducing carbon emissions, increasing food exports, and providing sustainable farming opportunities for millions of households. I am proud that GGGI is playing an important supporting role already and facilitating the convergence of many stakeholders for this initiative. GGGI's mission is to support its member states' transition to green growth and sustainable development, and it stands ready to help countries of these two key regions come together. But to ensure that our words and ideas will lead to action and real tangible change, we need everyone. Through the Africa and Middle East SAFE Initiative in the making, I hope many of you will join us in this opportunity to collaborate so we can amplify our collective efforts. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, During this event, you will hear from a very diverse group of leaders and experts about their insights, experiences, and ideas, and you will get to discuss the government policies, business opportunities, and societal benefits. In short, all the challenges we face and the opportunities we can seize. But this is more than a discussion. It is a call to action, and it is an invitation to all of you to contribute and collaborate so we can build a more sustainable and resilient world for all. Ladies and gentlemen, not a single country in this world, however powerful and resourceful one may be, one cannot handle this climate crisis. We have to put, and we have joined all our hands on the deck together. And I really thank you for your participation. And I think it is our political responsibility for those in power, in office, and those not in office. This is a moral power, moral responsibility. Therefore, as a former Secretary General of the United Nations, I think I have moral responsibility to speak out. At the same time, as I am working as chairperson and president of GGGI, I have also some political responsibility. So ladies and gentlemen, let us work together to make sure that our planet Earth and our humanity can live in peace and sustainable way. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
And thank you, Your Excellency Ban Ki-moon, for your continued passion and commitment, but also for putting food security at the heart of our conversation, adaptation. But thank you again for talking about the new initiative that you're launching, which I'm sure will go a long way in making sure Africa adapt, particularly when it comes to food security. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of our opening ceremony. We're now going to move into two sessions. And that session will start first of all with heads of states, and then we'll have another institutional panel where we can discuss a little bit more in detail some of the commitments that need to be made so we can adapt in Africa. It is my distinguished honor to welcome on stage His Excellency, the President of Sierra Leone, and I ask you to give him a round of applause. I always take a joy for the next person I'm introducing. I would like to invite Madam President on stage from the President of Ethiopia. I also like to invite on stage Her Excellency Barbara Koffer, Parliamentary State Secretary from Germany. And Dr. Yasmin Fuad Abdulaziz to join us, sitting in for the Prime Minister of Egypt. Dr. Yasmin. Thank you. All right, so what we're going to try to do in this panel, just to take away some of the statement we heard from the opening remark, and bring it down to West Africa, but also bring it down globally in Africa, to understand what needs to be done for us to scale up. I'm going to start with the President of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, just to walk us through adaptation from a West African perspective. Where do we see the challenges and what needs to be done to scale up so we can actually respond to the needs of West Africa? His Excellency.
Thank you very much. I think there's no gainsaying the many challenges that we all face around the world due to climate change and therefore the need for us to find ways to adapt to the challenges so that at least we can survive as human beings. First, our livelihoods, which is very important, and of course the many disruptions that it can cause us, and of course, like I said, as human beings, we always find a way to stay alive. There are a lot of things to be done in Africa and from the West African point of view, but I think this is climate change impact are global in nature, and therefore the solutions can almost be shared among nations in terms of trying to adapt even the way. For us in Sierra Leone, I have chosen food security this time round to be able to feed Sierra Leone with the main staple food and, of course, the other agricultural products, food security in general. When you look at that, you find out that it is diametrically opposed if we don't do it in a climate-smart way. Agriculture or food production definitely impacts the environment. And so with that in mind, we have to now make sure that we adapt our agricultural methods, the way we use water, and the many things that we do in agriculture, so that we don't adversely affect the environment in such a way that it is not sustainable. But of course, we also know that this is going to always involve some amount of either technology, finance, and so on and so forth. It is easier said than done. So that is where we find ourselves, in a quagmire where we want to develop, where we want to do things, and yet we are restricted because we need to do them differently from how we've been doing them so that we don't disturb our environment. So I think what I want to speak or talk about at this particular point in time is that for us who are in haste to develop, we are definitely in a bind. I want to, I said, food production, which means I have to use as much land as possible, as much water as possible, but then now we are feeling the impact of climate change. So how do I manage the two? And that is where the adaptation is and the cost associated with it. But I think, again, as human beings, we are very smart. Necessity is the mother of invention. So we have to find a way to feed our people while not destroying the very environment, the soil, and the other resources necessary. This is what I would say at the beginning.
Thank you, Mr. President. So building on the perspective you provided West Africa, I'm going to move to Madam President. And my question is the purpose of this exercise. This is a scaling up adaptation finance in Africa. So my question to you, what would it take to scale up adaptation finance and the continent so we can respond to the expectations of Africa?
Thank you very much, my dear brother. I'm happy to be here. I think since morning we have used quite a number of times this word adaptation, which means that I think it's no more an option.
Your Excellency, President of Sierra Leone, may I ask you to turn your microphone off so we can hear Madam President?
Okay.
Thank you.
Ça va comme ça? Okay. No, I was saying that since morning we have heard this key word, adaptation, which shows that it's no more an option. It's a necessity, because if you don't adapt, we've seen droughts, flooding, and so on. The loss of fertility of lands, which has decreased by 34%, I think, since 1961, and so on and so forth. So we have to adapt, change the way of life, our development plans, productivity, and so on. We lose in productivity, but we increase in population. So there are all these problems. Now, since the topic for our discussion is scaling up, I would like to focus on what is being done on the continent with the support of the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation, this AAP, African Adaptation Acceleration Program. And I think this is something that can bring some solution, because it will increase the finance in many areas. And this program is meant to double climate adaptation to Africa by 2025. And the plan, according to what we know from the bank and the GCA, by the way, is to mobilize $25 billion US dollars by 2025 in order to accelerate climate adaptation investments in Africa, mainly in 4 areas. And of course, everybody would know what we talk about, because the number 1 priority area would be agriculture, obviously, and to have this climate smart agriculture, resilient infrastructure. We have seen how many of our roads and bridges go away with flooding and so on. We know how to live with that. The youth innovation and job creation, and the innovative finance. So to reach this 25 billion, ADB has promised to mobilize half of it through its normal investment operations, and raise the additional 12.5 billion in partnership with this Global Center on Adaptation. I'm very happy to see, and I heard it, I didn't know that this morning that the regional office of the GCA will be here in Nairobi. So I think that proximity will also help. So the GCA also has established what they call this upstream facility to support and design preparation of all investment operations and special initiatives under, again, this AAP program of the ADB, so that we can attract finance at scale. So this facility is hosted again by the Global Center on Adaptation, and has been working with the African Development Bank to strengthen climate adaptation and resilience design. Agriculture, resilient infrastructure, as I said, I think it's 1 billion something for agriculture, 3 for this, youth and jobs. I said it in my national statement earlier, but the first part of what we should be doing is investing on youth, which is absolutely important, because we'll have more and more difficulty explaining to youth this discrepancy, that injustice that we are seeing. So I think, to me, since the question that we have in this session is how to scale up adaptation, I think this is a very big window that we have through the ADB. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Madam President. We are delighted to be joined by the other heads of states, His Excellency Isaac Afwerki, President of Eritrea. Mr. President, my question to you, reflecting on the experience of your country, trying to link food security and climate change, I wonder if you could just share with us what would it take to scale up for Africa to get additional resources for adaptation. Mr. President.
I think I would like to start with, this stereotype of everyone coming and making statements, PR statements about achievements wouldn't make any sense. Let's be focused, okay? I will not talk about our achievements in agriculture, infrastructure, energy, water, and others. That will take time, okay? Now let's be focused. Occasions like this one, summits where people come, do their promotion about their achievements, and mostly PR exercise. Let's get out of this cycle, first and foremost, okay? I would like to focus on my own issue. Now people are talking about the resources of the continent, 60% of this endowment, 20% of this endowment. I mean, why can't you mobilize your own resources rather than extend your hands for handouts and charity? Is there a way of mobilizing these resources in the continent? How do you mobilize these resources? Can you mobilize the resources of Niger that are going to Europe, uranium and what have you? What about the mineral resources of this continent? Are you mobilizing these resources for the development of the continent, for climate change? What are these resources? Everybody is talking about their achievements in their own locality, in their own national borders, without even addressing the real issues challenging this continent. Talk about the continent's challenge and try to find solutions for this challenge, okay? We're talking about climate change, we're talking about resources, you are talking about so many things. Don't divert focus on non-issues, okay? Now, do your homework, come up with a definition of your goals and objectives, strategize, go for detailed plans, and then come to mobilize resources so that you implement your programs. Otherwise, I don't want to waste your time and waste my time talking about our achievements in Eritrea.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for reminding us not to look backward, but look forward in regard to what we can do as a continent, and I'm sure that call to action has been the spirit of the Africa Climate Summit. And let me just move on to two different perspectives before I actually go to the next session. And here I want to bring in Germany to bring in a bilateral perspective, but more importantly also connected to the European perspective, I would like to say.
I try to talk about some of the issues mentioned on this summit. These billions coming to this continent from anywhere, Europe, Americas, or any other place, you are inviting intervention in your own affairs. And this money coming from there, billions and billions, will be siphoned back there. Make sure that you mobilize your own resources so that you can be enabled to benefit from resources coming from outside. The promises of billions is no good. Yeah.
Mr. President, you brought up an issue which will be definitely discussed in the next panel. It's not about commitment, it's also the accessibility of the resources that are mobilized both domestically but also internationally. And so your call to action is heard loud and clear. I'd like to get the perspective of Your Excellency Barbara Corfo, just to give us a perspective of what are some of the commitments ACU prepared to make in supporting African industrial adaptation. Madam.
Well, thank you very much. Makes it a little bit difficult now to have that shift. But I'm trying my best because, of course, I would agree that any country, wherever in the world, should do its utmost to raise their own possibilities to fight climate change. I think that's some common ground we all can agree on. What Germany is trying to do is working together with the world community to solve an issue where we partially also are responsible for. We as an industrialized country have a responsibility to act now because others are feeling the outcome of climate change very heavily and they didn't do anything to foster climate change. So that's a part of our responsibility, and that's why we want to share also some of the money and some of the wealth gained in Germany with the world community to adapt and to mitigate with climate change. So adaptation is for us a very important topic because one thing is, Madam President was pointing out, it's important to act now and people feel a difference now. And of course we have to invest in mitigation, that's crucial and that's clear. But in the meantime, people have to survive and people have to have the chance to have a better life. So that's why we have to invest in adaptation also at that moment. For us in Germany, it's a very important part, so it's not only mitigation, 50% of our, approximately 50% of our bilateral support in the issue of climate change is going into adaptation, and therefore the biggest part is going to the African continent. I once named the figure, you might hear it or you can forget it, that's fine. In 21, that was about 707 million euros, just the bilateral Germany. Then, of course, we are working together with our European partners in Team Europe initiative, and therefore it's not only about money, it's about coordinating. The financing is the one thing, but the other thing is how to coordinate the common approach and coordinate it also, of course, with the partners from the African Union. So it's coordination and political dialogue on that issue, which is important. And then it's the access. The third thing, I think, is the access of the countries who are in need for climate adaptation measurements. And we have to get better in that. And that's not something I invented or we are so wise in Berlin. It was a very good idea of the African Development Bank to open up under the African Development Fund a climate action window, to have also a technical assistance tool for most vulnerable countries to come and have a reach out to the globally outlined financing tools. I think that is very important. We support that also. 40 million, just that. And the fourth thing is, and I'm really coming to end quite short, Mr. Moderator, global shield against climate risk. I make it short. It was at last year at COP, an important tool also in addressing issue of loss and damage. We 20 countries having a reach out. There are pathfinder countries from the African continent. Ghana is one of them, a co-chair on that issue. From the donor side, Germany is the co-chair. And I'm just use the opportunity to reach out to everybody who wants to get engaged in that shield on both sides, being a pathfinder country with solutions and being a country who is able to support that financially. And the last momentum is the African Adaptation Initiative. My colleague in Sharm el-Sheikh was announcing that we are supporting the secretary to get everything which is needed in organization, operationalization done. 5 million euros last year in Sharm el-Sheikh. We had move now to prepare that, and that will be on the track as soon as possible.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for reminding us what I call the AAA of adaptation is accessibility, availability, and affordability of funding, so you can get to where it's needed in Africa. Now, we're getting the last perspective equally important. We're supposed to have the Prime Minister of Egypt, but we have a very able Excellency, Minister of Environment of Egypt, Dr. Yasmin Abdelaziz. Dr. Aziz, my question to you, we're like a few months away from COP28. We had COP27 in your country, where we made big commitment to address adaptation in Africa. Are you happy with where we are today, with the spirit of COP27? It was all about global solidarity. Where do we stand today for what we're achieving in Egypt as we march toward COP28?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and it's a pleasure and an honor to attend that on behalf of my Prime Minister. It is a journey, you know. The journey started in Paris, and I can see many in the room that were there in Paris. And that journey started when we, as Africa, spoke with one voice and launched the Africa Adaptation Initiative, which the State Secretary has just mentioned. But it took us 7 years to operationalize a unit that would work to provide access to the African countries to get resources. So that is a long time. Having mentioned COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, there was a lot. The most important was Sharm el-Sheikh implementation agenda on adaptation with the high-level champions, was the FAST, which was the food security initiative, and AWARE, the one on the water, and the nature-based solution that we're sharing, co-sharing with Germany in order to support the continent and other countries from the impact of climate change. But what is really important, 4 key messages as a takeaway from COP27 to COP28 that would package how we would like to see that. Those messages would simply answer, the more we adapt, the more we reduce the loss and damage. That's for sure. So it's not an either or. Do we need double adaptation finance or do we need the loss and damage fund? We need both, and we need both quickly, rapidly, efficiently, and to work in parallel. Secondly, Africa has already launched the Africa Climate Resilience Strategy through the African Union last year. So we have the framework to work, and we have the initiative to access the finance. What we need to do is to work very quickly at the national level to finalize what is so-called the national adaptation plans. And this is key, and I'll tell you why this is key. When we're talking about adaptation, we cannot continue that discussion as if it is the matter of the global south and the global north. No, it is the matter of each and every single citizen on the continent. And the private sector should have a big role to play, but we need to support that. In order to do that, within the MDB's reform, we need to push the MDBs, and here is a message for the ADB and the programs that the African Development Bank is doing, is to de-risk the private sector involvement in bankable adaptation projects with focus on food security and small farmer households. Secondly, to guarantee the exchange rate for our continent to ensure that the private sector does not lose. They're already afraid, they're already at risk, they already cannot see the bankability of the adaptation. So regardless of doubling adaptation finance, which we would like to see as a result of COP26, or tripling, we have to have the plan, we have to have the private sector, we have to have the reform of the MDB to de-risk the private sector, but much more important is that COP28 would come up with a global goal on adaptation that is measurable, indicator. We're assessing against the adverse impact on the most vulnerable community. And this is happening now through the GCF. So no one would tell, we cannot put quantified indicators. No, we can do, because the fund was been like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try to do something extremely challenging for heads of state. It's just to give you only 30 seconds and to say, if there's one message you want us to take away from this conversation, starting with you as Madam President, what will be that message? If there's one message you want us to take away from the scaling up adaptations in Africa, what will be the key takeaway that you want to share with us?
The key message, I think, would be that we have no other solution than to adapt, that we should be trying, we should adapt in whatever we do, especially in terms of financing. We have to be sure that what we get is done according to our needs, to what we want, because I have heard also the President stating this. So with this cautious approach, this is what we should be doing. Thank you.
Moving on to heads of state, President of Sierra Leone, what will be the takeaway message from this conversation in scaling up adaptation?
I think we have spoken enough. We should not move from words to action. Declarations have been made. We've had the grandstanding. I think we should now move from all of those to actual action. And I want to emphasize the point made by the minister from Egypt, that the climate issues are global in nature, and we should approach them that way. This is not the time for blame. The more time we waste in terms of who takes responsibility or where it comes from, the more we will lose in terms of ecologies that we cost our people, especially us in Africa, who need to be developing rather than dealing with disaster management.
Thank you very much. Moving on to His Excellency President of Eritrea, what will be the message you want to share with the audience with regard to the conversation that's important?
It's again, it's the focus that we need to talk about. You're talking about corrupt governments and comparing them with the private sector and promoting the private sector, the private sector, the private sector. You put in place accountable governments, non-corrupt government that will use national resources for the development of the majority. This is not a matter of polarizing the private sector and the public sector. These classical arguments about the private sector, the public sector, that makes sense at all. It's out of context. We need to be focused on this matter. We can't blame governments and bring non-governmental organizations to manage our affairs. That is phenomenal in Africa. Go everywhere. Non-governmental organizations are managing governments and discrediting governments and replacing them with what they call private sector. Can you imagine this makes sense to anyone? Now talk about serious things, okay? You want to implement programs, articulate your goals and objectives in the first place, okay? Strategize on how you can achieve these goals and objectives. Then go for detailed plans, sectoral plans or industrial plans, and then mobilize resources for that. Give these plans and the resources to reliable hands, accountable hands. Government or private sector doesn't matter. It's not a matter of being with or against that party. How do you mobilize these resources to implement programs so that you address climate change?
Thank you.
Yes, focus. Don't get us to some classical discussions about what the private sector can do or the public sector can do. Corrupt governments will not implement any program at all. To talk about real government. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellency, Aberdares, what will be your takeaway from the conversation, quickly?
For me, it's quite clear. First of all, we need everybody because the task is tremendous. We need to act quick, and I would totally agree with His Excellency, President from Sierra Leone. We have to come from discussion to action. That's the most important takeaway, also from that whole event here.
Absolutely. Dr. Yasmin, what will be your takeaway?
Africa speaking with one voice and pushing for a global goal on adaptation in COP28.
All right, so the challenge is, do I remember everything that has been said? For the President of Eritrea, we need to stay focused. We need to have accountable government. For Barbara, your suggestion will be that we can't do it separately. We have to do it together. So global partnership is important. For the President of Sierra Leone, we have to talk the talk and walk the walk and make sure we deliver and stop talking. And then, Madam President, adaptation matters. We need to adapt. We have no other choice in adapting. And last but not least, let's come together and deliver in COP28. Give it an applause. So before we move to the institutional panel, I want to take a quick picture with our heads of states. And we'll actually show them because I know they have other priorities as well. Let's take a quick picture. So once again, a round of applause to our heads of states and our participants. And don't go anywhere. We're going to move on right into our second panel. And I'd like to invite our second panel speakers to come on stage. Ibrahim Chow, if you can join us. I'd like to invite also Professor Peter Reed Talas to join us as well on stage. Roger, who is from the Gates Foundation, come and join us as well. And the Senior Managing Director of the World Bank, Axel Van Troster, to join us as well. Senior Vice President. Thank you. So may I ask you just to let the president head out so we can actually get into the next panel. Thank you very much. I wonder whether Jean, I don't think we have Achin Steiner from UNDP here, as well as Jean-Pierre Bassi. He's not here, so all right, let's get, he's here, Jean-Pierre. Jean-Pierre, if you could join us. Well, let's get started, please. If you could just say goodbye to the heads of state so we can get on. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so let's get started. If you can just take your seat. All right, so the purpose of the second session is to then look at some of the commitment and the statement made by heads of states, but also by some of the representatives of the first panel, to take it to now dig a little bit deeper in terms of what the institutions are doing with regard to climate adaptation in Africa. So we have unique perspective on the panel. And first, I'm going to start quickly with Roger from the Gates Foundation for a simple reason, he has to leave. And just to give us a perspective, when it comes to climate adaptation and finance, the perspective of the philanthrope, what do you bring to the table, basically?
Thanks very much for the question, and thanks for staying through the panel. I think we at the Gates Foundation really applaud the work of the African Adaptation Initiative, and it's a critical partner of the Green Growth Agenda, of which we really believe builds the kind of resilience you need to see. I think what we play as a role in philanthropic capital is really about what we heard from almost every member of Head of State just a few minutes ago, which is about food security and small-scale producers being the engine of economic growth in Africa. And if you look at the results coming out of COP27, the IPC tells us that adaptation is one of the critical components, but what we saw was a big focus on loss and damage and 300 million, which is really appropriate for the cost. But if you look at Pakistan alone, the floods from last year, according to the World Bank, estimated losses of over 30 billion. So even with this great pledge coming out of COP27, we still are only reaching 1% of the loss and damage need. So what we heard from the Minister of Egypt is that you're going to have to adapt, and adaptation is really about how those benefits are going to accrue to the most vulnerable. And for us, countries in the West need to do their part, for sure. There's a commitment to double the funding for climate adaptation, and yet right now I think the incremental increases are too slow. They're not reaching the low-income people that need them most, and they're insufficiently focused on, as we heard in the main session this morning, on climate adaptation for smallholder farmers and agriculture. Less than 1.8% are reaching that. So for us at the Gates Foundation, we think there are three critical things. One is that it's got to reach small-scale producers, which globally, these 500 million small-scale producers produce 35% of the food around the world. And they are on the front lines against headwinds of up to 30% of already adaptation, or productivity of where adaptation needs to come into it. So we, as philanthropic capital, have unique roles to play in three areas. One, it's actually to get the right solution to farmers. We have the CGIAR, which stands at the front lines of innovation. They produce over 1,000 innovations a year, and those innovations return 10 to 1. For every dollar spent on R&D, $10 are returned of economic value, and they reach smallholder farmers. Secondly, we know that smallholder farmers are the engine of economic development, and Africa is at the front lines of that. It is not fully benefited from the inclusive ag transformation that adaptation in agriculture brings. It's estimated that for every dollar that goes in for development spending in agriculture, it yields $2, or it's twice as effective as any other intervention we can do. So what I would say the role of philanthropic capital is to drive innovation into solutions that reach smallholder farmers, to make sure we leverage local institutions that understand the needs of smallholder farmers like AGRA, and to work with governments to actually push those changes down into real policies that matter on the ground. And we look forward to working with partners, and we look forward to working with our partners who are already on the stage that are critical for us, and to the governments that are in the room. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Roger, for that perspective from the philanthropy. I know you have to go.
Yeah.
Now we're going to move away from philanthropy, get a perspective of multilateral organization. In this case, the World Bank. And my question to the Senior Managing Director is that looking at the ambition to scale up adaptation finance in Africa, I wonder what the World Bank is doing precisely to respond to that call to action to respond to adaptation finance in Africa. Is there any way we can innovate to make this funding more accessible to the African countries?
Good afternoon, and the answer is absolutely yes, in the affirmative. And what we need to see is what's happening in the World Bank is over the last, I would say, 20 years, is a systematic shift of our operations to Africa. Well, in 2000, we may only dedicate about 3 billion or 15% of our total loan program to Africa. Today it's half. And it is also, what is important is that the concessional resources are shifted to Africa. That means that about 70% of the so-called IDA resources are now dedicated to Africa. You're talking about $60 to $70 billion over a 3-year period. And that is then also important for climate change financing. And on the climate change financing, in our negotiations, and the previous speakers mentioned also maybe we need some targets. In the negotiations on the IDA replenishment, there was very clearly climate change is a specialty theme, and also that we need adaptation and mitigation. And it was early recognized, and about half of that concessional financing is going to adaptation. What has happened over the last 5 years, to give you here a bit of a sense, is that only for climate change, about $41 billion went to sub-Saharan Africa, of which about half was for adaptation. And what is important is that there is an increasing tendency or trend towards adaptation. Our last fiscal year had well over $10 billion only for adaptation. So that's very, very important that as so much discussion has been having, can we double? No, we should not double. We should triple. And that is how we are looking at this, because I think there is a lack of ambition and there is too much talk and no money on the table. And that is one of the problems. Now then, once you have the money, you need to look at how we do that. And you cannot have only money, you need analytics. For that reason, we have country climate and development reports, because climate and development is linked, and adaptation is the ultimate expression of it. Secondly, we have so-called adaptation and resilience diagnostics. You need the analytics to focus on where you need to intervene, and on that basis you can then do the projects. And much was talked about of food system and about agriculture. Roger mentioned that. That is absolutely essential. When we talk about food security, you need to look at the short-term dimension, but there is an absolute necessity to change agricultural systems. So I think that we need to do, and we need to do together, be it with research institutes like CGR, be it with the government. I would actually see there is a lot more work to be done with African research institutions to promote actually the focus on productivity and sustainable agriculture. But I think those kind of projects can be worked. What we need more is therefore apart from the concessional financing we bring, we need also to see how we can get the private sector in. Here, the good news was that somebody said we need to de-risk this. We have actually a window for $2.5 billion to de-risk these investments. What I'm saying is that's not enough. I think all the other multilateral institutions should have similar windows so that we get critical mass for de-risking. So that is also necessary. And therefore, what a final intervention is for me, we need to target, namely that we say when adaptation is so important, can we actually agree that these targets are met and that we are held mutually accountable? What governments are doing, what the local private sector are doing in terms of really identifying the projects and the financing, but also what multilateral institutions are doing and what they are bringing to the table. We need to actually turn this really much more into accountability because we have had too many conversations and too little action.
Thank you very much. And I think your message about linking adaptation and mitigation at the same time, we can eat and chew gum at the same time, will resonate in the minds of many Africans as we go to COP28. I'm going to move on to a different perspective. And here, Ibrahim Achao, I'm going to come to you. And that is really to bring in a perspective that's not been talked about in the conversation here. And that is to say, because of climate change and the impact it has on land management and drought, is really disrupting our economic growth and the continent. So as we think about the priority for adaptation, I just wonder if you can talk to us a little bit more about where drought actually feature in that conversation so that we can at least address some of this manifestation of climate change on the African continent. Mr. Chow.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me tell you how pleased I am to see the African Adaptation Initiative finally trying to take off. Africa did very well in Paris, you remember, at the Paris Climate COP. Two major programs were negotiated, the African Adaptation Initiative and the African Renewable Energy Initiative. And I would like to blend the two because there is no separation between adaptation and mitigation in Africa. If you think about what needs to be done, priority should be agriculture because that's the primary source of income for Africans. How would you separate adaptation and mitigation in terms of agriculture in Africa? Think about this. African people and farmers produce just to lose half of their production post-harvest for lack of energy. So unless you provide them with the energy that they need, they cannot conserve their food, they cannot process their food, they cannot transform it. So Africa will remain the continent of extraction of resources, including in agriculture, rather than the continent where the economy is thriving thanks to value chains that are created locally. So the lack of energy should certainly be talked about. Second point I wanted to make is that, before I come to your question, is adaptation should not be mistaken for projects. African countries, you like it or not, are spending more of their domestic resources to adapt to climate change than they are receiving from partners. Unless you adapt, you die. So very few people are actually I'm making that point about the investments that are being made currently by the African governments to adapt to climate change with their own meager resources. And think about the disruptions. I'm coming to your question. Over the last 100 years, 300 drought episodes were identified in Africa, happened in Africa over the last 100 years. Over the last 60 years, Africa has lost 60% of its fertile land. Over the last 60 years, the productivity has gone down by 34%. No wonder why there is food insecurity in Africa. Meanwhile, the population has grown by at least 6-fold. So do your math and see where Africa needs to adapt. It is on agriculture. Now, it is very important if you want to adapt on agriculture that you invest on your land restoration. Your number one capital is land, is soil. If you don't have land and water, you don't have agriculture. Remember, we depend on few millimeters of rain and few centimeters of soil. So it is extremely important that we invest on that natural capital, and when we talk about adaptation, it is absolutely that. And final point, in terms of actions that are needed, first and foremost, you need clear policy actions from African governments in order to have adaptation as a key priority. It's not about projects, once again. It's about transforming the entire economy of the continent, of the African continent. It is preparing the new development plans. We'll have to feature climate change and adaptation into their plans. Stop thinking that adaptation is projects. Second, think about adaptation finance. Now I'm not saying that public money is not important. It is absolutely important, and it certainly should be used to de-risk investments. But if you want to adapt to climate change, major private investments will have to come. To do what? Not to help governments, not to help communities, but to help their own business. And it is therefore important that we mobilize both public and private investment. I know you are running out of time, but maybe you, Ibrahim, I just wanted to say that adaptation should not be mistaken for aid or charity. It is investment. Adaptation is worth investing in. It's business. It's not only public funds. Business should be called to adapt for agriculture. Unless they adapt, they will not do the agriculture. They will not have the coffee or cocoa or banana that they are having in Africa at the moment. It is very important that these investments are made for long-term perspectives. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ibrahim, for bringing it back to that reality of drought on the continent, which obviously, as I said earlier in our panel, affect a lot of vulnerable communities. We're going to bring in a different perspective here. I'm going to ask the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization. You may have heard many times the Secretary General of the United Nations talk about the importance of accessing early warning system for African countries. We talked about the importance of data. Our policymakers cannot make informed decisions unless they have access to data and to early warning systems. So my question to you, looking at that global perspective, what does it mean for Africa so we can adapt better?
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation to come here. As a specialized agency on weather, climate, and water, we are often the messengers of bad news, and I'm not going to disappoint you today either. So we have seen a dramatic increase in the amount of disasters. They have increased threefold during the past 50 years, and we have seen also more than threefold increase of the economic losses. And the most vulnerable countries are the poorest countries. In island states, we have seen GDP losses of several years after one event. And in African countries, we have on continental African countries, we have seen losses between 10 and 20% per year, although the most expensive disasters have been observed in countries like USA and China, but that's not the big issue for their economies. But even the World Economic Forum in its January report was saying that the biggest risk for global economy in the 10-year scale is going to be failure in climate mitigation, and number two risk is failure in climate adaptation. And unfortunately, this negative trend in weather patterns will continue until 2060s, independent of our success in mitigation, and there's no return back to last century's milder climate. And we have already lost the sea level rise and glacier melting game that may continue even for the coming thousands of years unless we create means to remove carbon from the atmosphere. So one of the powerful ways to adapt to climate change is to invest in early warning services. And that's why Secretary General Guterres has given us a mandate to prepare an action plan so that we would improve the situation worldwide. At the moment, only half of our 193 members have proper early warning services in place, and we have also major gaps in the basic observing systems, which means that the quality of the forecasts, for example, here in Africa and also in the island states, is poor because we don't have the basic input data to forecast models. And we have now prepared an action plan for the coming 5 years that by the end of 27, there would be 100% coverage of proper early warning services, and we have already started investments in the basic observing systems through a program called SOF, and we have also started improvement of the early warning capacities of the countries through a program called CRUISE, and we are lucky that many donor agencies have started financing those activities, and our colleagues from World Bank, Green Climate Fund, and also from many donor countries have been allocating resources so that we are able to proceed. And you will get the money back tenfold that you invest in early warning services. And there's a huge need here in African continent and also in the island states, both in Pacific and Caribbean. And this is a great opportunity to improve to avoid both human loss, casualties and economic losses. And there will be benefits for agriculture, transport, health, energy sectors, for various sectors, and also how we deal with the limited water resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tullis. The last intervention, and the last one on this panel, I bring a different perspective here, and that is the perspective of the cities. We always talk about urban resilience as well. I think Jean-Pierre, who is the Secretary General of the United Cities of Local Government of Africa, just walk us through a little bit about the urban resilience and adaptation. What exactly needs to be done to make sure we don't actually forget about our cities?
Thank you to have invited me as the Secretary General of UCLG Africa, the mouthpiece of over 16,000 local governments in Africa, who represent 350 million Africans. UCLG positions is aligned with Africa's position, putting adaptation to climate change and building resilience to extreme weather conditions as the priority of climate action in Africa, and calling for closing the imbalance in funding between mitigation action and adaptation action. UCLG Africa also acknowledges the common understanding that adaptation to climate change and building resilience are mainly a territorial, place-based, and contextual issue. Therefore, there is a need that subnational and local governments are empowered through proper devolution policy and financial arrangements to become frontliners in driving the climate adaptation and resilience agenda and connecting it to the biodiversity agenda so that the two agendas are locally intertwined. Subnational and local government and their representative association usually bear the responsibility to organize responses in the proximity when communities are hit by extreme weather conditions. And they do so in most of the time without no means. This is the reason why UCLG Africa proposes to consider putting in place a first rescue and relief facility managed by local government and their representative association in the framework of the Loss and Damage Fund to be adopted at COP28. UCLG Africa further acknowledges the launching by the African Union and of the African Adaptation Initiative as one of the most appropriate mechanisms to accelerate the implementation of adaptation and resilience to climate change on the ground. UCLG Africa is grateful to AMCEN, the African Ministerial Conference on Environment, and the Egyptian government, empowered to do so, to have chosen UCLG Africa to host the technical support unit of the African Adaptation Initiative. But we need consistency in all that we do. And we know, and this was said before, that the line of division between adaptation and mitigation is becoming blurred, which call for better understanding of the potential synergies and co-benefits of adaptation and mitigation action. We need to reframe mitigation and adaptation measures and communicate them as linked and mutually reinforcing. Nature-based solutions offer significant progress against multiple solutions to scale up adaptation measures. We were told that there's no problem of finance. We, at the local government, we encounter a lot of problem of finance. We were told that if there is imbalance between mitigation and adaptation, it's because adaptation don't have appropriate metrics. So we, at the local government, we demand these metrics to you people, because for us, adaptation to climate change is a question of life or death. The mayor of Banjul, here present, witnessed a huge flood with loss of lives. And she told us that women that lost their houses are still sleeping outside 1 year after the disaster. So bring the money to the local government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jean-Pierre, for bringing that perspective of the cities across Africa. We can think about urban resilience. Unfortunately, because we're tight, I will have to just end it here and thank our panelists before we bring in our last speaker to close the session. Give him a round of applause. Now, as I said in the first panel, one of the key takeaways from COP27, we can only address the climate crisis through global solidarity. One of our speakers, bringing the Asian perspective, happened to be from China. I'm going to actually invite the Minister of Environment of China to come on stage and deliver his statement. Just for your information, 30 years ago, I lived and studied in China. So the expression, the speech of actually the minister will be in Chinese. So how best to introduce him in Chinese? So if you can actually get your headset, we'll say something in Chinese. So 现在啊，我很容易邀请中华人民共和国环境部长黄仁秋介绍我的介绍，谢谢。
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. Thank you very much for your kind invitation.
And if you can have your device, we're going to translate actually.
各位尊敬的阁下，各位同事，非常抱歉，因为刚才我在上面有一个国别发言，所以晚到了一点。女士们、先生们，大家下午好。我很高兴啊。我很高兴出席这一次的会议，与各位同行就加强适应力度进行交流。中国政府一贯坚持减缓和适应并重，实施积极应对气候变化的国家战略。2022年，中国出台了国家适应气候变化战略2035，就适应气候变化工作做出了系统的安排。当前，中国正在积极推动省级行政区编制实施应对气候变化的行动方案，预计到今年年底，2/3以上的省份将完成发布实施。中国政府8个部门共同梳理了城市适应气候变化的10大任务，并于上周部署启动深化气候适应型城市建设的试点工作，得到了相关城市的积极响应。中国还积极推动气候变化影响和风险评估，以及关键脆弱领域和区域的适应气候变化工作，我们取得了积极的成效。此外，中国积极响应古特雷斯秘书长提出的全民早期预警倡议。今年4月，中国生态环境部、国家气象局与世界气象组织共同签署了关于支持联合国全民早期预警倡议的3方合作协议，将在气候变化南南合作框架下 共同开发实施早期预警的合作项目，为包括非洲国家在内的发展中国家提高适应气候变化能力提供实实在在的帮助。2021年，中国与非洲国家共同发布了中非应对气候变化合作宣言，确定建立新时代中非应对气候变化战略合作伙伴关系。未来中方愿意继续加强与非洲国家的务实交流合作，分享中国适应气候变化的政策行动和经验，为全球提高适应气候变化能力做出我们的积极贡献。同时关于加强适应力度，中方有4点建议：一是加快制定全球适应的目标框架，识别并授权全球适应目标下下一个阶段工作重点和活动安排，继续作为巴黎协定缔约方会议 CMA 下长期的议题，为各方采取积极的适应措施和合作，识别全球适应目标进展差距，强化全球适应行动安排，提供指导。二是加大适应气候变化的支持力度。发展中国家正在为适应气候变化投入大量的国内资源，发达国家应按照巴黎协定的要求，切实加强对发展中国家适应气候变化资金、技术和能力的建设支持，特别是在气候资金支持中，进一步体现适应与减缓之间的平衡，明确到2025年适应资金比2019年水平翻倍的路线图。三是加快推动损失损害基金的运转，不断完善圣地亚哥网络机制建设，为发展中国家应对损失与损害提供切实的帮助。中方期待与各方加强沟通协调，推动相关的议题取得积极进展。四是加强全球适应气候变化的合作，各国应进一步加强国际交流与合作，分享有益的实践和成功的经验，共同扩大全球适应行动的规模，强化适应气候变化的合作伙伴关系，增强适应的行动有效性和持久性，促进气候韧性的发展。中方愿意继续分享中国适应气候变化的政策行动经验，加强与各方务实交流合作，为全球提高适应气候变化能力做出我们积极的贡献。谢谢大家。
谢谢你呢，为了中国和非洲的关系对中国和非洲的关系觉得很好，对那个他们增加的更好，谢谢你啊。Thank you very much for joining the global solidarity to talk about climate change and what China brings to the table. Now, we set out to have this high-level panel with some very clear expected outcome, and I believe one could say that this outcome have been achieved. Number one, we want to raise the profile of climate adaptation for Africa. I believe from the panel we have so far and the statement, we still have achieved that goal. Number two, we also set out to actually renew our commitment and our support to Africa-led initiative and adaptation. And I could not think of a better initiative than Africa Adaptation Initiative, which is behind this event today. Third, we set out this panel to really underscore the importance it has to be inclusive, including the private sector. So therefore, all stakeholders, philanthropy, private sector, all involved, what we care about in Africa, and make sure we at least meet our commitment so that demand is made, hopefully, to the conversation and the commitment we heard. We believe we have achieved that objective of this event. We've also heard some commitment in terms of dollar sign from some of our partners, with the hope that we can get more, to get in the billions, because the gap is huge. So hopefully the announcement is just a teaser as we go to COP28. Last but not least, we want to make sure, this being the first Africa Climate Summit, at the declaration, we have a line there that says how adaptation is extremely important for Africa. So we're watching the declaration to make sure that line is there. So as we go to COP28, to underscore the importance of adaptation. So on that note, I want to actually thank you on behalf of the organizer, which I have to come on stage. Come and join me. They're a bit too shy. These are the people that deserve a round of applause. So they've been sitting there quietly and silently. But if I'm able to do what I just did for an hour and a half, it's because of these people. And they deserve a round of applause, I think. So on that note, thank you very much for showing up. And this is really the beginning of a journey as we walk to COP28. So make sure that adaptation is important. And yes, we can adapt and mitigate at the same time. We can eat and chew gum at the same time. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I just have your attention for 1 second, please? I just want to confirm that the next session that's taking place, just to avoid any confusion for anybody, is actually investing in Africa's food systems transformation. We are very late, we're running behind, but that's the session that's taking place now. So if you're expecting it to be the 4:30 session, it's actually the 3:30 session that's taking place now. Okay?
Check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check. 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 Check, check. Check, check.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Would like you to take your seats. The session is about to start. The session on food system transformation in relation to climate change is going to start in a few minutes. We are waiting for the heads of states who are about to enter the room, but we already have key speakers already in the room. So I would request you all to take your seats immediately. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite His Excellency Dr. Ibrahim Mayaki, the African Union Special Envoy on Food Systems and the former CEO of NEPAD, who is going to be leading us in this session, to take the floor. Welcome, Dr. Mayaki.
Thank you very much, boss. I think we are quite late, and we are waiting for some heads of states who will be coming, but let us start the session right now. If we can have some silence, please. Okay. The last session was about adaptation, and this session will be about food systems transformation and climate change. Evidently, both sessions have critical common points. During this session, I do not want us to go back to fundamentally technical solutions repeated once more. I want to give the session a political dimension so that we can listen to what leaders do, can do, could do. Commitments, engagements, diagnosis, analysis, recommendations, I mean, we have heard enough. So let's have a different type of conversation, a bit more innovative, and that can leave you with some key messages to be taken after this session. So whilst we wait for the heads of states, I think I'll call Ms. Jenny Moffitt of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Please come in. My dear sister Nardos Bekele Thomas, the CEO of Auda NEPAD, and my dear sister Lindiwe, the head of CGIR. And we'll start to have a conversation on our topic. Yes, please. When the chairperson of the African Union Commission asked me to play that role of African Union Special Envoy on Food Systems, my fundamental worry was the following. We hardly can feed 1.3 billion people today. Our demographic growth rates are between 3.8 and 4.2, which means that by 2050, we will need to feed 2.4 or 5 billion Africans. This is a process which is an acceleration process. The tools we are using today in order to respond to the challenges we face today, are these tools adapted to the acceleration that we are seeing? And it's a very important question, because if the tools are not adapted, then we don't have to be, it's not rocket science to see what the impacts will be between now and 2050. So you know the math. The numbers are massive. We need to create 400 million jobs in the next 20 years, 20 million jobs per year. Many of these jobs will come from the agri-food systems. In West Africa, 40% of the jobs come out of the food economy, and the numbers are quite similar in other regions of the continent. At the same time, we are facing a critical challenge in terms of climate change adaptation, and the cost of inaction goes beyond $90 billion a year, whether it is about water, risk disaster, etc., disaster management, etc. So, in terms of public policy, we are faced with a challenge. On the one hand, we have accelerated processes. On the other hand, we have tools. And in the middle, we have vulnerable populations who are gaining power in a gradual but effective manner. And they are organizing themselves and putting pressure on our governance systems. So if we can't solve this issue with them, it's our governance systems which will be failed governance systems. So I will start with you from U.S. Undersecretary of the Department of Agriculture. From your point of view, I mean, from the U.S. point of view, when you look at Africa with the numbers that I mentioned, what do you think went wrong? What do you think could be done better? And how do you see the U.S. in a configuration of possible solutions? Over to you.
Well, thank you for those opening remarks and comments. And first off, I'd like to thank President Ruto and the government of Kenya for hosting this remarkable summit. The number of attendees and outpouring of interest to speak and the urgency at the moment just highlights the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead of us. So I'm honored to speak here amongst this prestigious group of ladies on this panel, touching on climate change and food security and how they go really, truly hand in hand. The entire world is grappling with the dual challenges of our time, climate change and food security. We've got a combination of shocks, whether that is climate shocks, supply chain shocks, increase in the cost of production in agriculture globally, energy costs, conflicts globally as well. As a farmer, as well as a policymaker, I know deep down how climate change has increased different things, whether that is insect pressure, animal disease pressure, drought, and all of these different things affect productivity for farmers and ranchers. As a farmer myself, I know firsthand the deep impact that each farmer has, and whether that is on food security globally, food security here in Africa, food security in one's own community, but also the importance of economic security. And you talked about jobs and farmers' livelihood and also job growth and development. All of these things are critical that we're all struggling to grapple with globally, and I know here in Africa as well. So while we're all struggling to produce enough food, producing food sustainably to feed the planet at reasonable prices, nowhere else are the challenges greater than here in Africa. African leaders must consider a food system that is resilient to climate impacts, that provides enough food to feed its young and rapidly growing populations, and that yields food, that food are produced that is sustainable in a climate way. The stakes are higher here, since agriculture employs over 60% of the continent's workforce. And so as you talk about the need to foster even more jobs, agriculture is a key part of that solution. The food system is a key part of that solution. We also know that agriculture disproportionately has impacts on climate change, and particularly agriculture here in Africa. At the same time, though, Africa is only contributing 3% of global climate emissions. So at this critical time, we're at a precipice of great challenge, yet also great opportunity. I want the African nations to know that you have a partner in the United States. Together, we can and we will solve the challenges, these dual challenges of food security and climate change. As Undersecretary at the Department of Agriculture in the Biden-Harris administration, and as a farmer, I'm reminded every day of the unique ability that agriculture has to address both of these challenges. So I want to start, as you asked, by talking about what the United States Department of Agriculture is doing. At USDA, at the Department of Agriculture, we're keenly focused on addressing climate change while also addressing sustainable productivity growth. This means that we're meeting our productivity goals. We're increasing production globally around the world, and particularly here in Africa, while at the same time also managing our natural resources, and at the same time also making sure that we're farmer focused and making sure that farmers continue to be able to make a living. Just like farming, we need many different approaches. I often talk with my team, and we talk around the department about a systems approach, and we need a systems approach here. There is not one key solution, yet a whole suite of solutions that are needed together so that we have differing policy approaches. And it's important that this is not one challenge that any one country can take on its own, that we have to do this together, and we have to do it in partnership with farmers and ranchers that is farmer and rancher focused. So we're investing in our land. We're investing in land-based solutions. We're investing over $20 billion in conservation solutions on the land and conservation practices so that farmers not just have increased livelihood opportunities, but they're sequestering carbon in the lands and reducing greenhouse gases at the same time. We're also investing in climate markets so that we're bringing new value proposition for farmers and ranchers, such as programs like the $3 billion Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities that we have at USDA. This is 141 projects that are invested through the $3 billion that are about building new value proposition for farmers and ranchers. Farmers and ranchers not just in the United States, but farmers and ranchers here in Africa, so that farmers and ranchers are not just producing food, but they're producing and getting paid for the climate solutions that they're producing on their land. We're investing in technologies, whether that is fertilizer technology, feed additives that will reduce methane, whether that is remote sensing or drought-tolerant seeds. All of these different technologies are very important, and we're investing in them here in Africa in partnership with many different, not just countries, but also the sector here in Africa. So to speed our shared challenges, we know we need to invest and spur global investment. That is why the United States and the United Arab Emirates created the Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate, or AIM for Climate, at COP26. I'm proud to say that we have over 500 partners, which include the African Commission, which include Kenya, and 6 African governments. Together, AIM for Climate Partners has committed over $13 billion in innovation. $13 billion that is not just through the government, but also through private sector and private sector partners such as folks that will speak after me with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. We're investing in the continent here in Africa. We are announcing, and we've invested $17 million with the World Organization for Animal Health to build more resilience and to address critical animal health issues here on the continent in Africa. In addition, we're investing $100 million in the Vision for Adapted Crops in Soils, and we're asking other countries to join us in raising 500 more. We have an international climate hub. This complements the climate hubs we already have in the United States. They have 10 years of record of working in disseminating information and research that is applied to farmers and ranchers and partnering with those farmers and ranchers. This morning, I had the opportunity to meet with researchers here in Kenya who have been already working and sharing information and learning and partnering with universities in the United States so that we can make sure that all farmers here in Africa are benefiting from the same research findings that farmers in America receive as well. So as I close, I just want to share a few final thoughts. As we consider the food system in Africa, there are many existing tools, as I just talked about, that are really important that we invest in and make sure farmers here have access to those tools so we can make sure that research is available internationally. I also hope that we keep in mind that farmers are the focus of the work that we're doing. We must invest in a food system and a climate-smart agricultural system that is farmer-focused, that is voluntary-based, and that is really driven by priorities in the land and the work that the people that are working the land. So, and then I also consider that we consider trade and make sure that as we're enabling a regulatory environment that reduces food insecurity, we're getting food where it needs to go efficiently so that no one can have the struggle that we all have experienced in getting diversified food sources around the globe. These are shared challenges. And so I hope as you listen and we talk about the United States as a partner, we are truly a partner. We are not just investing finances, which are very important, but we're also investing our technical expertise. We have staff here in the African continent in 50 embassies, and we are committed to, in the long run, in partnering with farmers and ranchers, in partnering with the food system, so that there is a food system that not only is growing but thriving here in Africa. And so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me recognize the presence of Excellencies, the President of Ethiopia, President of Tanzania, and the Vice President of Angola. Could you please come with us?
For a change.
For a change, absolutely. A positive change. Absolutely. Yes, vous êtes les seuls. Pas du tout. Okay, I feel blessed, and you know what I also feel is that we will have an honest discussion. So thank you, Undersecretary, for highlighting, and I focused on two words: farmer-centric and systemic, and the partnership of the U.S. taking into account Africa's priorities, evidently. So I will start by Your Excellency, President of Tanzania. I know that food security is a key priority in your thinking, in your planning, in your implementation processes. I will not talk about technical issues. I will want to ask you, as a leader, what is your utmost motivation to make food security a priority as a leader? Over to you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. And I thank you for setting this stage for discussion. It's a difficult question, but then let me say this. Food security for me is issue that maintain peace and security in the country. Without food, we can see a lot of civil strifes just because the food prices have gone high or there's no food in the country. So definitely food security is a priority to every country. But how are we planning ourselves to achieve food security? In Tanzania, for example, first of all, I want to say that Tanzania is self-sufficient in food. We are producing enough, and we have in stock to sell to the neighboring countries. But we are aware that the world will soon experiencing food insecurity. And so we are obliged to produce for the world. And what we have done is we have an agenda of, we call it Agenda 1030, of which we are intending to make agriculture sector contribute by 10% to the GDP by 2030. And in implementing this, we have involved youth. We have a program which is called Building a Better Tomorrow. And this is a better tomorrow for the youth, where we are making youth engaging themselves in agriculture. And by agriculture, we mean crop farming, livestock keeping, fisheries, and forestry. So we make them involve themselves in agriculture. And it has shown positive signs, because so far we have about 812 youth who have been involved in training for 3 months in different fields, livestock, fisheries, and crop farming, especially horticulture. And they will soon graduate. And we are going to give them land, not access to land, but their own land, 10 acres each, of which that's their instrument of earning their bread, that's their instrument of running their life, because they will be working on that 10 acres. And we provide them with best seeds, best varieties, fertilizer, all required inputs. And then we are looking for off-takers to take whatever they are producing, because it's in block farming. If they're producing dates, then about 100, 200 hectares, all producing dates. Then we have to look for a off-taker and the processor, maybe producing wine or whatever. If they're producing sunflower, then the whole 300, 400 hectares producing sunflower, factory somewhere processing the sunflower. So we have started to see the positive signs of this program, whereby more and more youth, they are requesting to join the program. So far we are overwhelmed by the requests, and we are trying hard to accommodate them the best way we can. So for us, food security is very important, but then we can see, if you look at the facts and figures about Africa, Africa is owning about, let's say 23% of the total arable land, compared to 38% in Asia. But then Asia is producing 3-4 times than Africa productivity. But again, the average farming by hectares, Africa, we are only farming 1.3 hectares per year. But if you look at Central America, it's doing 51 hectares. Northern America, 186 acres a year. So we have to move from 1.3 at least going upwards, so that we can be able to produce at least twice a year. But again, irrigation systems we have to invest heavily in research, innovations, digital agriculture, but again, irrigation systems. And this way, we can even attract more youth to come, knowing that the farming practices are going to be much more easier than they are used to do. So for me, we have to look at, as African continent, we have to look at what are our setbacks and how are we going to work on them to attract more youth in the sector. So that's all I can say by this time.
Thank you for the clarity of the vision,
kwa kutuelezea
which is
waziwazi kuhusu
declined
maono
in very
yako
precise
ambayo
plans.
ina mikakati ambayo inaeleweka moja kwa moja, nami ninaona kwa jinsi
Hands are into implementation.
Yes.
Which is a necessary condition for every African leader. Thank you very much. Madame la Présidente, je vais passer à vous, mais je vois que tout le monde n'a pas de traduction, so I will switch to English. Ethiopia has been impressive in terms of transforming its agri-food systems. The success story of wheat is one example. What lessons for leadership can we draw from this success story?
Thank you very much, my dear brother. You know, Ethiopia, in spite of some serious challenges that we have been going through we didn't stay waiting because if we want to sustain, and produce what is needed for the population, we have to move forward in that regard. So, in fact, it comes from an overall view of what should be done, from productivity up to consumption, the whole chain. I don't think something would go far if it is taken in isolation. And this is what we did, to have a more holistic, comprehensive approach. In terms of governance, then we had a roadmap in that regard, and a diagnostic has been made on the gaps to be filled. For that, there was the governance structure, a steering committee of 11 ministers, main ministries, which went through this, identified the gaps and how to increase production and productivity, and so on. Where is it that we need mechanization? Where is it that we need logistics, and so on and so forth? Because from what we produce, we lose almost 30% because of lack of logistics, cold chain, and so on and so forth. So this is what we did. Now, learning from that, we went into this, climate-resistant wheat production, the irrigation system, and it has proven to be working. And currently, we are self-sufficient in terms of wheat production, and also, in the process, or in fact, started exporting. So this is just to say that with the system that we have, if we identify the gaps and see what is it that can be done. Of course, it's through irrigation, and this is the irrigation production that were able to get through irrigation. And if we could have, I mean, the Ethiopian example is there to prove that with what we have, we're able to produce for them. Had it been with more assistance, one can guess where we could reach. And I think this is in the domain of any country. I know that many countries who have the capacity even to invest in something have come to learn more on what we are doing. So it's just to say this is possible. But more than that, when you see in general, because the food systems, it's part of a food systems transformation. It has not been the major crop, but it's in the food system transformation. It is important to understand, I think this is what I took away from those experiences, that we're talking here about transformation. Because we are formatted, a deep action. We are formatted from the past to deal with programs, with projects. It's different from that. There is no, in fact, comparison. It's just to say that it is a departure from what we used to do, from what we have learned to do, and with partners and so on. But this approach is completely different. I think that's what we have to do, to see what is in our reach and try to do it without waiting. So this is what I can say for the moment. Merci.
Thank you. Merci à vous. Thank you very much. And thank you for reminding us that there cannot be food systems transformation if there is no structural transformation in view of reducing poverty, etc., etc. Thank you very much. Madam Vice President, as an oil-producing country, and we know, in parentheses, that oil-producing countries tend to neglect agriculture. In Angola, what was the triggering factor which made you position food security as a priority, as an oil-producing country?
Some translation, please. Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Angola teve nos últimos anos,
in the past years,
desde 2017 a 2022,
to 2022, last year,
novo programa
had a
de
new
desenvolvimento a nível do
development
país.
program across the country.
E sim,
and
tínhamos uma
we
economia
had an
fortemente
economy
do petróleo, ainda
on,
temos, estamos a fazer essa
oil.
transição.
We are still transitioning, and
o governo
the government
priorizou
has prioritized
naquilo que é o seu
what
Programa
it is,
Nacional de
it is
Desenvolvimento,
National Development
priorizou a
Program,
segurança alimentar
prioritized
para o país.
food security for the
E
country.
priorizou,
It has
sobretudo,
prioritized
a agricultura.
above all, the
A agricultura familiar, mas também o desenvolvimento de toda a cadeia de valorização dos produtos agrícolas, com o agronegócio.
Including agribusiness.
Identificamos como fundamental para a saída das várias ameaças, dos vários desafios que fomos enfrentando devido às várias externalidades, os choques externos, às crises financeiras, o abaixamento do preço do petróleo. Portanto, tudo isto tinha impacto nas nossas economias. E identificamos um programa de redução das exportações, redução das importações e aumento das exportações, designado PRODESE. E com este programa valorizamos a diversificação da economia. olhando não mais para o setor petrolífero como o principal contribuinte de fortalecimento da nossa economia, mas sim para o setor agrícola. E aí introduzimos reformas ligadas ao desenvolvimento de alguma tecnologia, priorizamos iniciativas que permitiam o acesso a tecnologias agrícolas modernas para melhorar a produtividade. Olhamos, sobretudo, para mais capacitação dos nossos agricultores. Olhamos para o financiamento, para a sua organização em cooperativas. E olhamos também para a questão da gestão integrada das pragas, no sentido de reduzir as perdas de produtividade. Olhamos também para a melhoria e a integração de práticas agrícolas mais sustentáveis, menos poluidoras e de maior rentabilidade. Olhamos, sem dúvida, para a questão do melhoramento das sementes, olhamos para a melhoria e para a introdução dos vários insumos de fertilizantes, mas olhamos também para a particularidade da necessidade de valorizar o conhecimento autóctone da nossa população, que lida diretamente com várias variedades selvagens, variedades essas que são robustas às várias intempéries e às várias ameaças e consequências das alterações climáticas. Portanto, por outro lado, achamos, sem dúvida, que para melhorar a segurança alimentar era necessário dar atenção às mulheres e à participação da juventude. Angola tem o seu maior potencial produtivo na juventude. Cerca de 60% da força de trabalho ativa em Angola é a juventude. E então é para a juventude que nós nos dirigimos, com a capacitação da juventude, com a atribuição de porções de terra, com a atribuição de crédito para financiamento às cooperativas formadas nesse âmbito. Ainda não atingimos o desejável, que é a participação ativa no agronegócio, no desenvolvimento da cadeia agrícola, no fornecimento de oportunidades à juventude para participar diretamente da agricultura conservativa, da agregação de valor aos produtos para consumo interno e para exportação. Mas fizemos esse caminho. Estamos agora a incentivar com 2 programas fundamentais, o Plano Agrão, que é incentivar e olhando para as ameaças e para as consequências da guerra que nos colocou situações complicadas a nível dos cereais. Estamos a promover a produção interna dos cereais. É uma oportunidade para Angola. E estamos a dirigi-las diretamente à juventude para esta revolução verde. Também, por outro lado, estamos a olhar mais para a questão da agropecuária, para a produção animal. E, sem dúvida, como Angola é um país costeiro, estamos a dar ênfase à formação de cooperativas e ao desenvolvimento da economia azul, com a participação de mulheres a nível de cooperativas ligadas ao processamento de pescado, mas com a participação também da juventude organizada em cooperativas, para melhorar a cadeia de valor das pescas e daí melhorar a contribuição para o
and
produto interno
improve
bruto.
the contribution to the GDP.
Pensamos que, exatamente por termos tido essa experiência, defendemos agora uma maior inclusão financeira da juventude, mas também das mulheres. As mulheres jogam um papel preponderante na área da agricultura. A agricultura familiar é quase que em 70% praticada por mulheres. E, portanto, tivemos de facto que fazer esta mudança de atitude, esta mudança de prioridade do programa no que diz respeito à nossa economia, virar agora para a diversificação da economia e ir reduzindo o encampo do mundo petrolífero
the oil
na nossa
income
economia.
in our economy. May I stop here as of now? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the beauty of the presentations of these three leaders is that they translate in very practical and clear terms technical complexities framed differently by technicians. It's a political language adapted to the complexity of the issues. Really, thank you. Now, Lindiwe, let me come to you. You have listened to the leaders. You have listened to Undersecretary. You are a prominent scientist in the continent, heading CGR. So what politically are you waiting for leaders in order to use science in a more efficient manner in this domain?
Thank you, Dr. Mayaki. So you are asking me to be a politician?
I am asking you to wear that hat for a moment.
Thank you very much. I stand here to promise Africa and our leaders that CGIR is finally fit for purpose. And what we are asking for from Africa is to walk the talk with us. Three things I'm going to speak to. When I look at the theme for this session, transforming Africa's food systems in the face of climate change, the CGIR has put together a plan, a strategy that takes us to 2030. In this strategy, we are talking about delivering science and technologies to transform food systems, water systems, land systems in the face of climate change with our partners. So that on its own, once you have a plan, you then need people. In terms of institutional alignment, what we have done is, you're all familiar with our multiple global centers. We have come together as 12 global CGIR centers to form a consortium, an alliance, which will deliver not just for Africa, but for the world. Under this alliance of 12 partners, we are saying we are ready to deliver on this strategy. We are going to work together through initiatives that are delivered institutionally from our Africa headquarters, which is now based in Nigeria, IITA. We've appointed a Director General for Africa for CGIR. For each of Africa's regions, we have appointed senior scientists and at national level who will align with the national strategies to make sure that CGIR is not a white elephant, but is working to deliver on the national strategies. I am proud to say we are walking the talk. We've heard from Ethiopia, their wheat success story. We put our mark there as CGIR because it was through our partnership with the African Development Bank, through the TAT program, that we partnered with Ethiopia to deliver on that. I'm also happy as a proud Zimbabwean through my Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Masuga, who is here, to say Zimbabwe is now exporting, ready to export wheat, thanks to the partnership with CGIR that has delivered the germplasm to work with Zimbabwe to deliver a winning technology that makes Zimbabwe food secure. So the institutional alignment from global to regional, Africa-wide, to national, makes us a fit-for-purpose partner. The third one is really about funding. We are an institution with over 9,000 people. We need the people, the scientists, but we've seen it fit to make sure that we double our effort, particularly in the face of climate change. We've got the gene banks that we are revisiting, thanks, Undersecretary, to mentioning VAX and AIM for Climate. And through our partnership with AGRA under AID-I, we are now walking that last mile. We are saying it's not enough to develop technologies. Go to AGRA, who are working with smallholder farmers, partner with them for that last mile to deliver technologies through the AID-I initiative that your government has put resources into to take us to that last mile. Another investment is ICRA, which is the Climate Initiative for Africa through CGIAR, where we are proud for this country, Kenya. We are delivering mobile technologies and information to over 1.7 million pastoralists on weather that allows them to be aware of what's happening. In our journey to deliver our strategy, our institutional alignment, our technologies, we need funding, and we are doubling on that funding, and we are going to be launching at COP28 our $2 billion initiative, and thanks to all the partners that are coming with us on that. Let me end by saying, what's my ask to my sisters, to African leadership? We are looking for champions. We are looking for champions who will give the examples that I've given, where we are talking of real life-changing examples. If CGIAR cannot win in Africa, it should close shop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank for mentioning the good work that you are doing with AGRA. And I would like to recognize Prime Minister Haile Mariam for the wonderful leadership he's pushing AGRA forward. So now let me come to my very dear sister, Nardos Bekele Thomas, who is heading the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD, and who has really, in a very short time, developed a considerable impact. As a continental agency focused on implementation, what do you see as political bottlenecks that leaders could unlock in order to help you do better and support that implementation process?
Thank you very much, Dr. Mackey. And I thought you were going to ask me a question saying, where are we on my legacy? So
we are doing very well.
Thank you very much. Well, it also says a lot because you have all these women leaders, on this table. So, on your gender marks, you have excelled, I should tell you. But also, hearing all the women leaders here, the presidents, I really salute you, and I would like to acknowledge you, and also the Prime Minister who is here, and all of you present here. It just tells a lot. Women leadership is based on action. Women leadership is about impact. Each and every women leader that spoke about action, about impact. And therefore, I think, there is just a lot to really expect from women leadership, and I hope we will all be lobbying for women leaders. And we want to see more women leaders, not only 2 presidents, but why not? At least 30 presidents in the continent being women. Now, going back to the question that you asked about implementation, and saying, what are the political bottlenecks? The political bottlenecks are just, it's just one thing, lack of implementation. We talk a lot, we say a lot, we have declarations, we have resolutions, we have all what it takes. But when it comes to implementation, we lack implementation. First of all, our policies need to be coordinated, need to be harmonized, need to be applied. And it's very important. At the continental level, we have got what you left us with, the CADEP, which is translated.
Go ahead.
Oh, is it for me?
No, it's not for you.
Okay, which is translated in terms of regional plans. You know very well, you left me with that. Translated in terms of national plans. These plans are not dogma. They can be changed. They can be reviewed. But you know, having another instruments after instruments, will not help us. We need to refine it. The second thing, you asked a very important question about how do we address the future problems. And I think, you know, the future problems can only be answered if we have foresight planning. We know the birth rate, we know how many people we will be in 10 years. We can't plan for people that we have today. We have to plan for 10 years, for the population that will grow, say 2.3, 2.5, and you know, we can project that, and we have to plan that. Our infrastructure is really under pressure because our planning is not up to the demographic expansion and the shocks. We can do foresight planning, and I think it's critical and very important in our planning instruments. And, you know, and also, you know, like our women leaders said, we need to have an integrated strategic management of food system. What do we mean about that? The Minister of Agriculture would sit and plan. It's a laughable thing. Agriculture, food system is about climate, is about infrastructure, is about energy, is about education, because we need to have many students coming out of the agriculture departments. It's about health, because we have to have a nutritious food. It's about ICT, you talked about it, the technologies that we need to inject. It's about promotion of youth. It's about everything. So all these ministries should be together in planning. And that's what the president of Ethiopia just said, alluded to, and also the president of Tanzania. We need to do that, and we need that urgently. Women and youth are very critical and very important, and I'm glad the president of Tanzania talked about it. You remember the Songhai Center of Excellence. That's exactly what we did. We talked about children not having, you know, the young ones not having access to land. The land is there. You don't have to acquire land these days. You can lease the land, and you can use it. Land utilization is critical and very important. And this, we did it in Benin and in many countries. We can replicate that and scale it up. But we need to train our young ones to be interested in agribusiness. And we need to introduce tools that they understand, the IT tools, the e-crop, the technology, the mobile technology that we're talking about. The training that could be done now virtually are all critical elements that we need to integrate. It's very important that we do all this. Finally, we talk about financing. I tell you, there are many countries that did it on their own. We have to think differently. Okay. It's good to have the blended financing. It's good to have the public-private. It's very critical and very important. We have to have the business facilitation, whereby the end producer could help, you know, the primary producers and support each other. We have to use so many equity, de-risking. All these things are said, but we need to apply them. So I think finally, this is the last one, okay?
It's okay.
I mean, what kills me is the fact that there are so many unfulfilled promises. Look at the billions, trillions that are announced today. Next year we come, it's the same thing. Who hold these responsible? Accountability for unfulfilled, promises is very critical, and we need to really develop a mechanism and a system to hold, people that pledge and that promise accountable, because they have consequences. They really do have many consequences, including political consequences. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Naresh. Thank you very much. Just a triangle as a conclusion, clarity of vision, political determination, which we sensed, and counting on our own capacities and our own financing. I like to repeat, and please get this message. If you put all the pension funds, African pension funds, and sovereign wealth funds, assets under management, according to the African Development Bank, it's $1 trillion. Just ask yourself, where are they investing? But I'm sure that with the leaders we have, Africa can feed 9 billion people. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellencies, we'll have just a picture of the head of the Excellencies. Would like to have just a group picture quickly. I was about to leave the room. And thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. We have a very exciting event coming up. For those who want to stay for the adaptation event, please do. African heads of state and leaders are coming. President Adesina, I see President Macky Sall, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. Yes. The first row is for the development partners. I see the minister from Norway who is leading the way. Very exciting. And thank you for joining us. We would like to start in the next 2 minutes. 2 minutes we will start. Thank you so much for taking the seat. The Keynote team, guide people on the... If the President of Tanzania can come to the stage, the President of Ethiopia. Thank you so much, Madam President from Tanzania. The Honorable President from Ethiopia, please. I'm not looking at my phone anymore. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will start on what a day it is. He changed everything. Okay, so I'm going to say something. Everything has changed. Okay, fine. Yes. Yeah, well, he will do it. Yeah, thank you so much, Deputy Prime Minister Kaag, for joining this event. Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister, for joining. Good afternoon, or shall I say good evening. Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, friends, my name is Patrick Verkooyen and I'm the CEO of the Global Center on Adaptation. And I want to thank you for joining this powerhouse leaders event on climate adaptation indeed. I think there is one thing we all agree on in this room, that Africa's #1 climate priority is climate adaptation. Why? Not just because Africa is the most climate vulnerable continent, because as President Adesina has said, adaptation is big business. It's about investment, it's about jobs, it's about growth. And the good thing is, colleagues, friends, 2 years ago, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, President Adesina, President Macky Sall, the President of Ethiopia, and others launched the largest adaptation program, not just for Africa, but in the world, the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program. So President Adesina, thank you for your leadership. President Macky Sall, thank you for taking this to the global stage. What a team we have. We will hear from the other presidents in a little bit. In the first 2 years of the AAAP is a $25 billion program over 5 years. We invested over $6 billion already. But we need to be very careful and very clear. Adaptation is about people. Although we have mobilized $7 billion yet, there is no room for complacency. There's a long way to go. Earlier today, we launched our report on what are the numbers on adaptation finance in Africa. Well, if there are a couple of numbers you want to get your head around, how much is flowing today to Africa on adaptation finance? $11 billion. How much should flow to Africa on an annual basis? A minimum, if you look at all the NDCs and you add it up, how much is that? $53 billion. But our analysis tells us that 53, in fact, should be $106 billion a year, i.e., $11 billion over $100 billion. We need a tenfold increase. That is why we have this event today. What are we going to talk about? AAAP adaptation compacts. What do we have today to offer for you? The first 7 of these compacts. 7 leaders, 7 trailblazers, 7 investment roadmaps. And as these roadmaps will show you, there are already hundreds of adaptation projects ready to be financed. So President Adesina will explain a little bit what these compacts, what it actually will mean, but in a shorthand, they're a gravitational pull to bring investment to the national level. We know today that the investment roadmaps being presented, governments are doing their share. Bilateral parties, and we hear from Norway and from others, and the Netherlands, they're doing their share. International finance organizations, such as the African Development Bank, they're certainly doing their share. But there are 2 actor groups are missing in this space. First, foundations should step up their game in adaptation finance, and particularly the private sector is absent. So these investment roadmaps being launched today, the first 7, we know, of course, Africa is not 7 countries. Africa happens to be 54 countries. So see this as the first batch of these transformative compacts to be put on the table, and think about it. Comes COP28, 7 should be 54. And the first 7 should be capitalized. Because we know investing in adaptation is simply good business, and we can do it. Knowing that this is the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, knowing that we're at least 1 hour behind schedule, knowing that some of the leaders on stage need to go in a plane, we want to keep this session extremely focused, much shorter than what is programmed for. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, you have been with us from the beginning. You are not only the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, which is a big achievement in itself, you are the architect behind the Paris Agreement, and you're today here in your capacity as the chairperson of the Global Center on Adaptation. Secretary General, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your very kind introduction. I would like to recognize His Excellency Macky Sall, President of Senegal, Her Excellency Saleh Jode, President of Ethiopia, and Her Excellency Susulu Hassan, President of Tanzania. And also, I'd like to really appreciate and recognize President Akinwumi Adesina, President of African Development Bank, Excellencies, ministers, ambassadors, colleagues, and representatives of civil society, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure. I'm overwhelmed by your very strong large presence in this very important agenda. We are making progress on many fronts, yet the evidence of the catastrophic effects of climate change is ever increasing. We are in a race against the time. We cannot afford to fall, and we cannot afford to fail. The international community has committed to doubling adaptation finance by 2025. Now, there is both the need and the opportunity to transform the level of adaptation finance for Africa. Building on the Bridgetown Agenda and the Summit for a New Global Financing Pact, I welcome the launch of Climate Adaptation Country Compact at this summit. With these compacts, African leaders have defined the investment priorities and adaptation needs for African countries. They are a vital country-led tool that will support the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, AAAP, which is the world's most ambitious adaptation plan. At a time when droughts and floods are becoming more frequent and more intense, adaptation has never been more vital to Africa. Through these investment compacts, the AAAP places climate adaptation at the center of Africa's march to sustainable economic transformation and green growth. It is within this ambition that the AAAP has already delivered support to projects worth over $5 billion. With this investment, over 35 million people will have access to climate-smart agriculture, infrastructure, and cities in almost 30 countries in Africa. These investments will not only protect Africa from climate change, but will also help create more than 500,000 jobs for Africa's young people. Here in Kenya, the AAAP is boosting digital transformation to offer solutions and support to Africa's smallholder farmers. Ongoing work to design adaptation investment in water, urban resilience, and infrastructure are a vital part of the answer to climate change. Africa now represents the world's greatest opportunity for human development and economic growth. Its potential far exceeds the barriers that presently impede the rise of such a mighty continent. I hope that when COP28 convenes in Dubai, United Arab Emirates in December, we will see the investment that is required starting to flow into Africa's adaptation compacts. While serving as Secretary General at the United Nations, I have been always stating and emphasizing that if we are not able to address the African challenges, we will never be able to declare that we are living in a sustainable world. I still believe that is correct direction. And ladies and gentlemen, let us really work together. We both, for political leaders, you have a political responsibility, but for me now, out of my job as a Secretary General, I'm now a retired person, I have a moral responsibility. So combining political and moral responsibility together, I think that there is nothing which we cannot overcome. And it is matter of justice that we must do more for African people. The rate of greenhouse gas emissions emitted from this African continent, where 54 countries are existing, is less than 3%, while we compared with China, United States, they're all 20% or 18% or something like this. Therefore, it is unfair, and it is only right for us to do to help African people. Africans are in the eye of storm. practically speaking. Therefore, we really must do. That is the reason why this Global Center on Adaptation is really trying to mobilize funding. I am urging again, repeatedly, that the international community should increase 10 times than the current level of financial support. Annually, African 54 countries, they receive $11 billion a year. We have to raise it to 10 times until 2035. By then time, we may have $1.7 trillion by that time. Without that, we will not be able to address this justice issue, climate justice issue. So let us work together to help this African agenda together. And I'm very much grateful for your strong commitment. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. For me, 3 takeaways. 1, there is nothing like retirement. If you just look at Secretary General, he just came in, all the meetings, leaving afterwards. And I know you will be excused soon, sir, to take your plane to your next meeting in another continent. So thank you very much. Second part is, yes, this is a moral imperative to invest in adaptation, of course. But there is also an economic imperative. It is smart investment. And thirdly, as you said, SG, this can be done. It's practical. We're doing it. But what we need scale and we need speed. That brings me to the next speaker. A speaker who, quite frankly, brought some of us, including myself, in shock last Sunday. Last Sunday, imagine intergenerational dialogue. President Ruto and the speaker I'm going to introduce came on stage without a bow tie. And that was quite something. But the same speaker also in that particular event said, well, actually, youth is not a lost case. You need to invest in youth and social capital and human capital. And you came with a big announcement last Sunday, which I hope you will also make here in this event. So President Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, investment compacts, what does it mean?
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, President Slu, Your Excellency, President Macky Sall, my big sister, President Saliwok Zuide, the young Secretary General who is not going to be retired, and Patrick Vakwijen. I normally say Patrick has a lot of renewable energy, but I've actually added something to it. He has nuclear energy as well. Thank you very much, and sorry that our event is starting late. So I just make a few remarks because Secretary General needs to actually leave. First and foremost is that in the African society, if you go to a public market, you find our elders, their mothers there that carries their babies on their back, right? And we have a saying in my own culture that say the elders cannot be in the open market and watch the heads of the baby slump on their mother's back. And so when you see elders that are here today to talk about this issue, that's because Africa isn't getting the resources it needs to adapt to climate change. So what they're trying to do is basically be here to be sure that the head of the baby is not slumping on the mother's back. And that's why we have leaders. Please give it up to them. Africa suffers a lot from climate change. Make no mistakes about it. We lose already $7 to $15 billion a year because of climate change. That's going to rise to $40 billion by 2030 if we do not do anything about it. But as the Secretary General has said, it's really how much are we getting to be able to tackle this problem. The fact of the matter is that we're not getting really much. Only 3% of total global finance is actually coming to Africa, which is the continent where 9 out of the 10 most vulnerable countries to climate change are in sub-Saharan Africa. 100% of them are the countries that depend on the African Development Fund, which many of you are here, and also the minister from Norway and others, and Netherlands and others are here, that you support. But the fact of the matter is that we need to raise, as we said, at least $50-something billion for climate adaptation, and maybe even $100 billion per year for climate adaptation in Africa. And what's the African Development Bank doing about this? First, today, We have invested, as of last year, 63% of all of our climate finance has gone into climate adaptation. The UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, called for 50-50 between adaptation and mitigation. We have exceeded that. We are at 63% of that. And that is the highest globally. And that's because we know that this is where the real problem is. What are we doing to raise more money? First and foremost, we set up something called the AAAP, African Adaptation Acceleration Program. By the way, that is the largest program on adaptation in the world. And we are focusing that in Africa. And that's a $25 billion program. And there's something they call a down payment. And so we have put a down payment. If you're going to get a house, mortgage, you put a down payment. And so we had a $25 billion thing that we want to build. So we put a down payment. So the African Development Bank has put down a down payment of $12.5 billion towards the AAAP. What we are trying to raise is to raise the balance of the $12.5 billion. And how are we going to do that? That brings me to Dakar. President Macky Sall and I and other heads of state and government, we organized the Dakar Summit, wherein we were talking about agriculture. How are we going to make sure Africa can feed itself? And to do that, President Macky Sall and I agreed that we needed to be focused. What are the projects that are going to be funded? Where are they going to be funded? How much money do they need? What is the monitoring framework to be sure the money is actually being allocated right? The impacts are there. We must be accountable. There must be accountability. It's not just about raising money. We have to be accountable for what those monies are going to be used for. So we put together the Food and Agriculture Delivery Compacts for the Feed Africa Summit. My sister Nados is here. We work together from NEPAD, AUD. And guess what? We raised $72 billion towards that. Why? Because people know exactly where the monies are going to go into. And so we decided then to borrow from that for the climate adaptation resources we need to raise. So we have climate adaptation investment compacts. Those compacts are the ones that are going to determine what the country is going to do, what exactly are the results we are going to expect, what's the rate of return on the investment, how are we going to measure things to be sure the communities and all that are giving us feedback. We want a framework that is clear, transparent, accountable in delivering the money. And that's why we are launching these climate adaptation investment compacts. We have 7 countries now. We want to do, I think, Patrick, we want to do another 14 before, and we're going to do it for all of Africa. And that is what is most important, I want to say. Just to close, so I don't take much of your time, I want to also say that the thing that we want to do as African Development Bank towards this compact is we will deploy 2 new instruments. First, we have something called the African Climate Adaptation Window of the African Development Fund, which today is $429 million. We want to grow that to $13 billion, and all that $13 billion will go towards financing the climate adaptation investment compacts. The second is the African Development Fund. As I told you, those countries that are suffering the most from climate change depend on the concessional window of the bank, the African Development Fund. So we are taking that fund to the market, using the equity that we have accumulated in it to raise an additional $27 billion. All that $27 billion when raised will be used to support the least developed countries that are most vulnerable to climate change to be able to deploy it for adaptation. Adaptation works. And I'll give one example, and I said, the president of Ethiopia will be sharing with us, my big sister, about the great successes they are having in Ethiopia with regard to wheat. Ladies and gentlemen, if we don't adapt, we have no choice. But to adapt, we must finance adaptation. We must raise more money. So please, I want to see by a show of hand, if that gives you confidence to invest in adaptation as opposed to mitigation. Can I just see your hands, please? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. You're in the right place. Now we will listen to our heads of state about these adaptation investment compacts. Welcome again, and thanks for all you do.
Thank you so much, President Adesina, for your inspiring words, but even more important for your inspiring action. But at the end of the day, that's how we all will get measured. Today is September 5. Last year, exactly on the same day, we had the Africa Adaptation Summit in the Netherlands. And the chairperson of the African Union at that time flew to the Netherlands with his colleagues, and his colleagues, I mean, one of them is here. And quite frankly, President Macky Sall, you were upset. You came to Europe and you said, well, I bring Africa's plan to Europe. We're ready to partner. And where are my European counterparts? Now, a year later, you also said in the meantime, but we, Africa, we're not waiting. We keep going. We're ready for partnering. So today, you're putting your investment compact on the table. We're very keen to hear your vision. President Macky Sall.
Maybe for one time, I can just speak from here. I'm sorry. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Merci beaucoup, cher Ban Ki-moon, cher secrétaire général. Vous n'êtes pas en retraite. Nous avons besoin de vous, de vos conseils. Donc, on ne peut pas vous lâcher en si bon chemin.
Thank you also to my two sisters. I'm really well supported by the President Samia and my sister, the President Saleh from Ethiopia, the President of Tanzania. Of course, our two champions, President Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, and the energy. Thank you, all of you, for this meeting. I would like to simply say that adaptation is a priority, an absolute priority. It is the #1 priority of Africa in terms of climate. It is obvious because Africa is the most vulnerable continent. It has been said several times. It is vulnerable to climate change, and we have the least developed countries on the continent. I talk of Senegal, where we need to concentrate on both on the challenges and the fight against poverty. But at the same time, we have to face climate change issues on an annual basis with the non-predictability of climate meteorological aspects. Today, every year, you can go from drought to unbelievable. So these are effects which are felt. I'm not talking about erosion. We have 700 meters of the coastal area. All the villas and the coast are buried every year because the sea sometimes spills over. Sometimes we say that the Atlantic Sea is taking on to 2 kilometers per year. So these are global changes which deserve serious measures and appropriate measures. We are here at the Africa Climate Summit because climate change is having a toll, a clear toll, both on our recent developments as well as on the progress that we want to achieve. That's why we are confronted with dangers. Constant dangers which are increasingly more and more serious as a result of extreme weather conditions. When I go towards the Indian Ocean, where I find countries like Mozambique, like Comoros, Madagascar, in terms of tropical temperatures, we can understand we're not talking about a desert in the Sahel area or in Sahara or even in the Kalahari Desert. So it is truly, these are real challenges which Africa is facing at the moment. Now, these effects, you find it regarding the health of the population, on agriculture, sustainable agriculture, but also the lifestyle, and the report is very clear, which confirms that it is a scientific report which doesn't have to be debated. It is very clear that if nothing is done for adaptation, the African which needs development like other parts of the world, and Africa has a very high population, more than 2 billion. They have to develop their economies. So if this development is not supported through adaptation, speedy adaptation, that means we are all going to have a catastrophe. a certain catastrophe in our continent. So mitigation, it's clear, by mitigating we can be able to achieve good results. But I think what we did last year during the Rotterdam Summit on adaptation in Africa, I had presented as the President of the African Union at the time, I presented our financing plan in Africa for adaptation on the continent, given the situation of climate change. It was a program, an acceleration program for adaptation in Africa by what we call triple P, PPPAAA, triple P, triple A, triple AP, just like Anglophones say. So this program gave impressive results, and I want to thank you for the commitment of African Development Bank. It is their commitment of $25 billion, so we have a gap of 12.5 billion in order to go to a higher level within the framework of acceleration. This year in Nairobi, I want to talk about the investment roadmap for Senegal. I'm talking about Africa, but it is a window for Senegal. So this is very clear in our pact for adaptation, and just like he said, we had an experience, a very original experience, its impact on sustainable agriculture. We asked each president with their partners, agricultural partners in a country, and we presented the program. So the compact was presented, and the commitments were made on the basis of concrete projects. I think on adaptation, we can repeat the same activity. What is the program of adaptation for each country, taking into account our NDCs? But I think that with the multilateral system, with adequate funding, of course, because Africa, in brackets, does not. Africa is fighting hard for its own adaptation, but at what price are we doing it? Let's take the case of energy, for example, where we call upon the APPP for the independent producers. Even for solar energy, you take IPP, and yet the private company will be indebted on the market given the commercial conditions. And of course, there is a risk. A real risk, which means that we need to give guarantees.
Des primes d'assurance, donc le prix de revient devient trop cher, et ce qui fait que l'Afrique a du mal à accélérer. Mais avec le solaire, on peut multiplier par 10 nos capacités.
With solar energy, we can multiply by 10 our energy capacities if funding is unlocked. To end, because we are pressed for time, I would like to say that Africa should open up to the adaptation market in other regions of the world, like Asia, South Asia, for example, has already made adaptation a very important economic activity, especially in the private sector. With the private sector. So it is high time in Africa the private sector intervene, be it through sustainable energy like IPPs, in clean water production like desalination of seawater, and also reduce risks related to the intervention of the private sector in adaptation projects in Africa. I suggest that in Dubai, Africa should hold a single position about adaptation, and through the voice of our colleague William Ruto, who had the merit to organize this conference, and Africa as a whole will follow that point. We don't want to follow our partners at times have to follow 20,000 narratives, and at one point they face challenges, they don't know which one to follow, but this time we will speak in one voice, and we hope this partnership will make COP28 a great success. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, President Macky Sall, for continuing to lead on the adaptation agenda and also be so practical and focused on investments. In your compact, it's very clear. The investments are identified. You, as your government, putting money on the table, you're on track. The bilateral support needs to be a little bit up, to 27% to be precise. Of the IFIs, also 27% and up. But it's particularly the private sector which needs to be brought to the table. And you're ready with projects in Senegal to make that happen. As you indicated, Mr. President, we plan to bring these investment compacts to COP28 and indeed invite all of you to bring your resources to the table around these compacts. Speaking of leaving, you, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, you have to go to the airport right now. Hopefully you will take this adaptation agenda with you in all your continued conversation. And again, I want to thank you very much for being with us. Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. The next speaker on the program is a phenomenal leader, also from Africa, President Samia Suluhu Hassan. Secretary, thank you so much. Thank you so much. The floor is yours, Madam President.
Thank you, Professor Patrick. From me, is expressing our sincere gratitude, and this is from my government and the people of the United Republic of Tanzania for GCA, supporting Tanzania in preparation of the Tanzania Climate Change Adaptation Compact, which has been completed in time, and it is here to date, ready to be launched. So thank you very, very much. But then the compact seeks to promote sustainable development, protect vulnerable population, and enhance the country's capacity to adapt in changing climate conditions. But the primary goal is to support Tanzania to adapt to adverse effects of climate change very effectively. So we say thank you very much. But then the Tanzanian Compact, just after completion, we had a disbursement of $800 million, and this is for investing in resilient infrastructure to support trade and the transport of food and food security with a focus on digital climate advisory services. The whole compact cost, or the total cost for the compact, is around $9.9 billion in the coming 3 years, and this is $1 billion in the coming 3 years. And we are aware that the Global Center for Adaptation cannot raise these funds alone. So my government is ready to work with you in asking for these funds from various sectors, private sector, international community, name it. We are ready to work with you to raise this fund. And so I humbly take this opportunity to invite the GCA to Tanzania to come and visit and support us in fundraising, which will be done in November, the investment roundtable discussion, which will involve all key stakeholders at national level and development partners. So we are ready. We have been given the seed money. We are expecting to receive more money, but we are ready to raise money on our own ways. We just want the support of the Global Center for Adaptation. So having said that, I once again thank you, the center, very much for this very big support, and we're here ready to launch our compact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Also, congratulations with launching your investment roadmap. Yeah. Second, GCA, of course, stands ready to support you. And President Adesina, the same applies to the African Development Bank, indeed. So thank you again very much. The next speaker is a person who has been with us, a leader in all the AAAP conception phase, design meetings, strategic meetings, political meetings, President of Ethiopia. Madam President, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. It's getting late. I'm trying to be as short as possible. Excellencies, dear participants, Africa's vulnerabilities and so on have been, presented throughout the day. In Ethiopia, there is no exception. We are at high risk of natural disasters, such as flooding in many parts of the country, and vulnerable to extreme and severe climate stresses. We have experienced many years of poor rains exposing us to drought and so on. I'm not here to restate the numerous challenges our countries have faced, but to emphasize that the summit is really timely. The summit also timely as adaptation is a core theme. Africa's climate concerns can be addressed by strengthening our adaptive capacities. However, there remains a funding gap to finance adaptation interventions, which our countries have made sufficient plans for. In Ethiopia, we have our National Development Plan that identifies options across Ethiopia's most vulnerable sectors. We have also invested in building resilience through productive safety net programs, such as the Green Legacy Initiative that I have presented in the morning, planting billions of trees, and the wheat production success story. We have our cross-sectoral national adaptation plan that is working to integrate adaptation in our long-term development pathway at all levels, from national to regional. With the criticality and scale of Africa's adaptation needs, it's important that we join forces to work together with the support and partnership of our international partners, financing institutions as well. I'm glad to see that the cause of adaptation is progressing concretely, particularly through the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program that has been presented earlier, which I'm proud to have been a part since its launch, as you have said. The program is doing its part to mobilize adaptation financing through mainstreaming adaptation in projects and programs of multilateral development banks, having done so into investments worth of 5.4 billion in downstream projects of the African Development Bank and the World Bank. The Adaptation Investment Compacts being unveiled today as a concrete tool for showcasing bankable opportunities which our partners can invest in. Ethiopia has clearly set out plans and welcomes the support of the ADB and the Global Center on Adaptation in transforming these plans into investable business opportunities and providing a clear roadmap through the adaptation investment compacts. As we head to COP28, there must be a clear commitment for adaptation, financing, and acceleration of the commitments already made by developed countries. These adaptation compacts will help provide the basis to accelerate these commitments, and I hope that will be the case. So I think this is very important that we accelerate those if we want to have our countries progressing to a more better future. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam President. And we know, of course, that at this moment in time yet, there is no investment compact in Ethiopia, but we're very committed to work with you, African Development Bank and GCA, to make that happen before COP28 indeed. So let's turn the table. We've heard from African leaders, we heard from the President of the African Development Bank, but there are also partners in this room here who have been with us from the beginning, not just conceptually or spiritually, financially. And the largest contributor to the AAAP from the get-go is Norway. So I'm very honored on turnaround to give you the floor to share your vision. What's next?
Excellencies, friends, it's an honor to be here at Africa's own climate summit to listen and also to discuss the way ahead. Thank you for inviting me and giving me the floor. You know, we all have to deliver to gain the trust in the work that we are doing on the climate issue. And my government needs to prove to Norway's population that we are keeping our promises to cut emissions, and we need to deliver on our promises of finance. And we are delivering on our Glasgow pledge, but money and documents, that's not the goal. The goal is action on the ground, life-changing action, life-saving action, and that is what adaptation is all about. And I am very impatient. My key priority is food security. And what any farmer or fisherman in Norway or in Africa knows very well is that food security has all to do with climate adaptation, and adaptation and food security are two sides of the same coin. If there ever was a time to invest in African food production, it is now. In a sustainable way, not reproducing the mistakes in existing food systems. And I see small-scale food producers as the backbone of our food system. I believe in their ability to work the land, the water resources, the natural resources in a sustainable way, providing food and prosperity for local markets, for regional markets, and contributing to the food sovereignty of each country. And we all know, of course, that women's participation in this is a prerequisite for prosperity, whether it be on the household level or the nation. And many, many of these women are small-scale food producers. So the call for action is obvious. We must increase investments in sustainable, climate-resilient, small-scale food production. Like President Ruto said so eloquently yesterday, the green transformation also presents opportunities. And one of those opportunities is for these 33 million small-scale farmers on the African continent to work their way out of poverty. I call on everyone to stand by our commitments, scale up climate finance, and increase investments in adaptation, food production, and resilience. At COP in Glasgow, Norway committed to double our climate finance and at least triple support to adaptation by 2026. And today I'm very, very happy to say that we have already reached our goal on doubling climate finance 2 years ahead of schedule, and we are on good way to deliver on our pledge on adaptation. And let me also say that we applaud the AAA program. Through the AAA, Africa-led, we are working together to reverse the continent's vulnerability to climate change. And as part of this, we bring climate-resilient techniques and technologies to small-scale farmers who grow the most of African food. So how can we together minimize the risk of climate-induced disasters? How can we make food systems more resilient? How can we, at the same time, create millions of cool jobs along the local and regional value chains for a growing population and strengthening Africa's own food sovereignty? I encourage all partners to join our efforts. And may I add, investments must not add to Africa's debt burden. Norway provides grants. We encourage all other partners to do the same. And thank you. And let me just finally say that I'm looking forward to our continuing relationship and partnership with GCA We have just entered a new 3-year agreement, and of course with the African Development Bank and other institutions in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Minister. It's indeed true, not everything in life is about finance, but finance and adaptation combined is actually not a bad thing to do. And Norway, having your pledge, your climate finance pledge already delivered 3 years ahead of your delivery date is an remarkable achievement indeed. The next speaker is not only Deputy Prime Minister, but is also Finance Minister and a big supporter of the Global Center on Adaptation and the adaptation agenda indeed. So, Mr. President, if you could just listen quickly to the Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands, Sigrid Kaag. She has the floor. Thank you so much.
Well, all protocols observed. I mean, I was wondering, sitting here in this actually fairly warm room, if all had not been said today. And I would say there are 4 takeaways. One of them is anyone who dares to turn up to the next conference without having acted, financed, changed, delivered on results, I think should consider that their CO2 emission is not worth the trip. So be careful what you promise, what you commit to, because you need to commit, you need to act, you need to deliver. Secondly, in listening to all these conversations, all dots connect. A lot of the conversation here has been about adaptation, but the link to finance is a critical and real one. And financing, for me, is not traditional ODA. That's a given. Yes, increase in grants is necessary, but we need to, as developed countries, as bigger shareholders, we need to rechannel the SDRs. We need to look at debt relief. We need to look at the sensitivity of debt relief. When investments are made, we need to balance that out. We need to consider a lot of the important elements of the Bridgetown Initiative. This is not a free ride. This is a compact that needs to accompany adaptation and mitigation. Without it, I don't think we can see meaningful progress. And again, we'll speak to each other again next year, but perhaps with a slightly greater level of frustration and an even greater sense of urgency, because we've lost 1 more year, which a lot of countries do not have. Madagascar, a very strong case in point. Comor, all the other countries that President Macky Sall, in addition to his own country, mentioned. Last but not least, the common framework. There's a serious set of proposals out there. Shareholders need to act. This is not a case only for African countries or highly indebted countries. We need to be interested to have a credible, reformed MDB. Collective action clauses are essential. Climate resilient debt clauses are very important to have. And of course, local currency financing. I'm mentioning the last one because we've helped initiate this as the Netherlands to help countries avoid borrowing against highly expensive, interest rate prone hikes, foreign currencies. Do it in your own currency. Build your own economy. Ultimately, adaptation is all about national ownership and accountability, and with accountability, we also look towards governance. That's a triangle where the member states and governments that seek support for adaptation in their covenant will also need to be mindful of. Western and developed countries, endowed countries, the big emitters, the big polluters, we have a duty of care, and therefore we need to push the debate on carbon pricing and taxation, because it's all about production and consumption and behavior change. Without that, our collective will fail, and as has been said in the corona crisis, we are as strong as the weakest link. And the weakest link may not be in the port of Rotterdam, but we need to care from the vantage point of a Western industrialized country, from a global responsibility for a shared humanity, about the weakest link, which is all of us. So a lot of pointers, a lot of finance. It's my hat of finance. And last but not least, there is a coalition of ministers of finance. A lot of African countries are there, but I urge all African countries who are not yet a member to join the coalition of finance ministers. This is where we'll push the agenda even forward and really connect all the dots. Adaptation without finance, mitigation without serious finance is just not a credible conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister of the Netherlands, Sigrid Kaag, for your very comprehensive remarks indeed. The next speaker is the minister from China, Minister Wang, because we want to know how is China contributing to the adaptation agenda in Africa and AAAP in particular. Minister Wang, you have the floor. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. So please get your headphone. Okay, I will speak Chinese. 各位阁下，各位同事、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。
Good afternoon.
非常高兴能够出席
It's
这
my
次的会议。
pleasure to join this event.
当前气候系统持
Constant
续变暖，
global warming
极端气候事
and
件多发
extreme
频发，
weather
给全球带来广
are
泛而深
causing
刻的不利影
extensive
响。
and profound
和风险。
impact and risks to the
采
world.
取积极应对、适应气候变
Taking
化，
positive adaptation
是
actions
现实而
is
迫切
a
的
realistic,
必然选择。
pressing, and inevitable
中国
choice.
的气候类型复杂，
China has
区域
complex
差异大，
climates and huge
是全球气候
regional
变化的敏
differences,
感区。
very sensitive
和
to
生态环
global
境的
climate
脆弱
change
性。
with fragile
2022年
ecosystems. In
中国的极端
2020,
高温事件频
extreme
发，
heat events,
高温和干旱
high
风险指数
temperature,
为1961年以来，
and drought
也就是近
risk
60年来
indexes
最
in
高。
China recorded the
平均
worst
降水
since
日数为
1961,
近60
and
年
the
来最
average
少。
days of
极端的天气气候事
precipitation
件
also recorded the
造成
lowest
全
since
国的农作
1961.
物受灾
Extreme
面
weather and climate
达到
events caused
1206万公顷，
12.068 million hectares of
达到
crop
2147
damage nationwide,
亿
with a direct
人民币。
economic loss of
今年中国北端的暴
214.75
雨
billion RMB.
和洪
This year,
水
heavy rains
也
and
造成
floods
了
in
重大
northern
的生
China
命
have also
和
caused
财产损失。
significant loss
我
of
们对
life and
气候系统的
property.
变化感到越来越
We are
高的不确定性，越来越强的
increasingly
不可琢磨。
concerned about the
为有
uncertainty
效
of
防范
climate
气候
change.
变化带来
In
的
order
不利
to
影响和
prevent
风
the
险，
impact
中国
caused
正
by
在积极
climate
实
change,
施
China is
国家适
actively
应气候变化
implementing the
战
national
略
strategy for
2035
adaptation to climate change
加强气候
2035,
变化的脆弱
strengthening
性，
vulnerability
和
assessments
风险
and
评估，
impact study of climate
推
change,
动省级行政区
promoting
域
adaptation
适应行动
actions
和
at
气候
the
适应性
provincial
城
level
市建设的
and
试点，
piloting climate
强化
resilient
各重点
cities,
领域和重点区域
and
的适应
strengthening
气候变化
adaptation
工作，
activities
努力
across
提
all
升
key areas
全
and
国的
regions
适应气
in
候变
its
化能力。
effort to national
中国
capacity
对发
building
展中
in
国家，尤其
adaptation.
是非洲国家，
China
遭受
relates
的气候
strongly
变
to
化
developing countries,
所带
especially
来的
those
不
in
利影
Africa,
响
on
感同
the
身受，
impact
因为
from
中国也是
climate
一个
change,
全球
as
最大
China
的
is
有14
the
亿人口的
largest
发展
developing
中国家。
country in the world with
一直以
1.4
来，
billion
我们通
population.
过南南
China
合
has
作，
been providing
为其他
support
发展中
to
国家
developing
应对气候
countries
变化
through
提
the
供支持。
South-South cooperation framework in
到
addressing
2021
climate
年底，
change.
中国
In
与
late
非洲共
2021,
同发布
China
了
and Africa jointly
中非
launched the
应对气候变化合作宣言，
Declaration on China-Africa
建立了
cooperation
新
on
时代
combating climate
中
change,
非应对气候变
establishing
化
the
战略合作伙伴关
China-Africa
系，
strategic partnership
并
to
启动
address
了
climate change in the
中
new
非应
era
对气候变化
with
3
a
年行动计划。
3-year action plan.
中国还将于近期启动
Recently,
非
China
洲
will
光带项目，
launch the program
投
Africa
入至
Solar
少1
Belt,
亿人民币，
investing at least
帮助5万
100
户左
million
右的
RMB
非洲
to
无
help
电
around
地区国家
50,000 poor African
解决
families
用
in
电照
areas
明问题，
without power supply to
助力
provide
非洲的绿
lighting
色低碳发
with
展。
green and low carbon
同时，
energy.
中国与
Meanwhile,
世界气象组
China
织
and the
签署
WMO
了关
have
于支持
signed
联合国
a
全民
cooperation
早期
agreement
预警
on
的倡
supporting
议
the UN
和合
Early
作协议，
Warning for All initiative
将在气候变化南南合作
to
框架
carry
下，
out cooperation
共
projects
同开发
under
实
the
施
South-South
早
framework
期预警
in
合
order
作项目，
to provide early warning
向包括
facilities
非洲国家在内的
and
其他发展中国家
capacity
提
building
供
to
早期预警
developing
设备和能力
countries,
建设。
including
现在我们已
African
经向
ones.
部
We
分
have
国家提供了
provided
卫星的
multiple
地面接收
countries
站，
with
以帮助这些国
satellite
家
facilities
在
to
暴
help
雨、
those
在
countries
洪涝
to
灾害
get
这方
early
面
warning
进行努
about
力。
rains and
中方十分理
and
解和支持
floods. China fully understands the concerns and support the demands of African countries regard to climate change, adaptation and financing. Furthermore, I've heard from a lot of remarks from the heads of states, especially those from Africa. talking about their need for adaptation financing and the relationship between mitigation and adaptation. I call for the international community, especially the developed countries, to provide financial support to African countries, stronger financial resources to developing countries. As developing countries, including African ones, are the main victims of climate change, and they have invested huge domestic resources in dealing with climate change, while developed countries, which bear historical responsibility for climate change, should provide developing countries with adequate financial, technological, and capacity-building support for adaptation. China is willing to work with African countries to promote multilateral processes on key issues, including the Global Goal on Adaptation Framework, the roadmap for doubling adaptation funding, and the loss and damage fund. At the same time, China is willing to further strengthen exchanges with African countries in adaptation, share adaptation experience and case studies with each other, deepen our practical partnerships, and jointly promote climate resilient development. That's all for my speech. Thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, for your strong support for Africa on multiple agendas, including on climate adaptation. And we really hope that at COP28, that China will come on board around the AAAP and the investment compacts as one of the contributors indeed. Our next speaker is the speaker from Equatorial Guinea, representing the President. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Buenas tardes, con la venia. Señores ministros, señores presidentes de las instituciones financieras internacionales, quisiera rápidamente compartir con ustedes la experiencia de una pequeñita nación.
One of the small dimensions that I've been able to do, and when we talk about the natural resources, which we call Guinea equity. In this country, we have 1.2 million people when we are living with them, and with the level of natural resources and also the natural resources. We have two different regions where we are able to do this kind of business. We have 2 kilometers. We are doing all this, and we are doing all this kind of business with the people of Equatorial Guinea. And the country here we are talking about 2 million. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation which you have presented, because we have the potential to be able to understand the coastal region. However, we have been able to share this kind of an experience that we are living in our country, and we are still facing different difficulties when we are talking about food security, and we are talking about the development of human beings. The change that we are facing in Equity Guinea is one of the priorities that we are talking about. We are facing a lot of challenges when we are talking about time, when we talk about, but we are trying to try our level best to be able to face these kind of challenges at the level of the government. And we are talking about the increment of the sea level, and the way they have said those who presented before. And we are talking about the invasion of the sea, and we are talking about this when you're talking about the presentation of the year. And we are having this kind of intervention for the government, and we have been having different interventions to be able to respond or to control this kind of difficulties that we are facing. To be able to talk about the level of the sea, we are talking about the temperatures that are really rising each day, and it is becoming a real problem. And talking about the 10 years, past 10 years, we have been able to put so many initiatives, political initiatives, to be able to count on these challenges in the year 2013, and we have been able also to present all this in 2015, 2018, and 2021, and we have been able to present different actions to be able to curb these and to have an update, and we have been able to also to be able to present all these kind of the climatic changes, and we are having a collaboration together with the national governments, all levels, to be able to understand these programs in our country. The program that we are talking about, the climate in our country, and the point of reference that we are presenting when we are talking about the way to recover from this, we are talking about here to be how we are able to avoid being victims, and we are experiencing a 33% of this kind of change because we are being threatened by this kind of challenges. We are trying to advance each day and to be able to face this when we talk about the economy of the country and giving or funding this kind of changes in the level of our country. Looking forward for the year 2030, we need a fund of $30 million to be able to face this kind of changes. And I want to thank the initiative that we have been able to present in Africa, and the African Bank, the Zimbabwe, and we have been able to collaborate together with other governments in the continent. I think that we really need to continue collaborating with one another to be able to face these kind of challenges. And we are calling upon every kind of a government to come up to talk about these natural resources that we have before ourselves, but to be able to also to talk about the way we are going to give funds, and we are looking forward to look away where we are going to have this fund, and we are happy to.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, on behalf of your President delivering your remarks, and congratulations for announcing and launching today your investment compact on adaptation indeed. The last speaker of this dialogue today basically follows up on the initial remarks of Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, because adaptation is in essence about justice, doing the right thing indeed. That's why it's important that we have today here with us the President of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Mitika. You have the floor, please. Mitika is here? Indeed. A warm applause indeed.
Thanks, Patrick, and Excellency, the President of African Development Bank, and all the guests here. Allow me to stand on the existing protocols. As the African civil society, we have worked with the African Development Bank in a very robust manner, and I think it is one of the regional financial institutions which is really benchmarking on how to work with communities and particularly the civil society, because we believe that the only way to reach the people, the only way to work and ensure that the policies which we pass, the strategies like what we are doing now, is really implemented and have impact to the people at the front line of the climate crisis. This is an imperative of climate justice and the consultation, ensuring that the implementers of the policies which we make then are involved in their design. And I want really to commend the AFDB for this very groundbreaking initiative they have worked for. We have been following it. Of course, you know it is an experiment because it's like a pilot, but I think the largest so far initiative in the world. At global level, we have been fighting for increased financing to adaptation. Of course, we know that, and that is what is claimed, that adaptation has no returns on investment. And I believe that through the AAAP, we can demonstrate that adaptation indeed has returns on investment, because we have seen some of the things, some of the young people which are doing, and I think there are a lot of innovations which are proving that wrong. We will continue working with partners like this. But for us, it is not sufficient. We want to put pressure on the global community, on those who are responsible for causing the climate crisis, not to transfer the burden of action to the people already suffering and put more money into pockets like this, into baskets like this. And we also want to commend governments like the Dutch government and those others who are interested. There are also initiatives, of course, in Africa. And what we want to encourage the AAAS, the GCA, is let's avoid duplication. We need really to work and ensure that we bring the efforts which are there, we work with them. For instance, in Africa, and I know you are working with African Adaptation Initiative, among others, ClimDev and those others. Let us see, because that is why we are here at the African Climate Summit. There are so many things happening there, but working in different ways, working in silos. The most important thing is that if we bring this together, they are going to help us and support the people on the ground. We need enormous resources to really ensure that we lift the people at the front line of the climate crisis. Today we were at the Safari Park with supporting under the FLOCA, Financing Locally Led Climate Action. And part of that is adaptation. We need to take it to the people, and we will work together with AFDB, GCA, and those others who are interested in supporting this initiative. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and also thank you for your strong support for the AAAP and in particular for the Adaptation Investment Compacts, indeed. And we look forward to working with you in the near future. President Adesina, we have heard many speakers, African heads of states, ministers of finance, development ministers, deputy prime ministers, climate justice movement. What is next?
Well, let me first and foremost thank you all for being here and for your patience in staying to the end of this event. Three things just on the way forward from what you've had today. First is that we will now do a double down on the Climate Adaptation Investment Compacts. We will double the number right now. We have 14 before the end of the year. And by mid-next year, we will have been able to do for all of African countries. So that's the first thing that is coming up. The second thing is the roadmap to COP28. And so there's going to be a meeting convened by President Macky Sall and President Ruto with myself and Secretary General Ban Ki-moon that will bring together a few heads of state around their own investment compacts that you have listened to today, even some of those that will come on later. And the whole idea is to concretize the investment projects in those countries ahead of COP28. So when we get to COP28, it's all about actions. You can see that what we're trying to do is to move away from words to real action, making sure there are resources available quickly to allow countries to execute the climate adaptation actions at the country level. The other thing we're going to do is in terms of the policy support for climate adaptation. You saw the heads of state here today. We are going to move beyond that. There's going to be the establishment of Presidential Council over the Adaptation Compacts, chaired by the presidents, that makes sure that the resources are actually mobilized and that the actions are actually taken, the results are actually being monitored, and there is full accountability for the results, for the resources that are being put there. And finally, Patrick and I were just talking whether we should unveil it here or not, but I think I should mention it, that we are thinking of converting all of our collective energy into an investment forum just on adaptation. Because we are pretty much just tired of talking. We want to have an African climate adaptation investment forum that focuses just on that. And as you can see, we are really focusing on action. Our people expect results from us, and we have to make sure we deliver those results. Once again, thank you very much for coming, and I look forward to seeing you at COP28.
That brings us to the end of this event, but not the end of the journey, and I want to end up with a personal experience. Just before we started the summit, I was in Makueni, here in Kenya, where I met Anne Akinye. And Anne Akinye, in the last few years, pulled out her kids from school because of the drought. And now with the support of AAAP, she got supported with drought-tolerant seeds, sandbanks, thanks to the African Development Bank and the support of the Global Center on Adaptation. Her kids are back in school. She is now producing more than she's ever produced before, is selling to local markets. The reminder is this adaptation narrative sounds very abstract, but this is about people, this is about development, and most importantly, investing in adaptation makes Africa unstoppable. Thank you very much indeed. Wish you a pleasant day.
Hi, Prof. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we do need to begin our next session as quickly as we can, please. Could you please settle down? Could I have a card, please? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we do need to start our next session, if you don't mind. Ladies and gentlemen. Shall we please be seated? Excuse me, shall we please take our seats? Shall we please take our seats? All right, my name is Alan Kasuja, and I'll be moderating the next session. Thank you very much for joining us, wherever you are, whether you're joining us online or here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we have one meeting, please? Excuse me, let's have one meeting. I know most of your names, I'm going to start mentioning them. So let's have one meeting, please. We have a very important announcement to make. You'll find out how important it is in the course of this session. So we'd like you to stay with us. I know it's been a long day for many of you, but it's really important that you remain with us, you remain focused, because this is probably the most important announcement you'll hear throughout the Africa Climate Summit. Again, for those who didn't hear me, my name is Alan Kasuja. I have a podcast, it's called Africa Daily. It's probably the most influential podcast on the continent. Make sure you download it and listen to it. You'll learn a lot about the climate emergency on that podcast. But today, I am moderating a session where we will be talking about the Africa Climate Risk Insurance Facility for Adaptation. If the person next to you is talking, tell them I'm taller than them and it's important they keep quiet. Okay? We expect to host today very important people, not least, I like to say His Excellency. I don't know if he accepts that. Dr. Adeshina, who we all know is the President of the African Development Bank. He'll be coming up to make a few remarks very shortly, introductory remarks, to explain the vision behind ACRIFA, as we call it, the Africa Climate Risk Insurance Facility for Adaptation. Also, I'd like to introduce to you a number of distinguished guests who will be participating in this conversation. His Excellency President Azali Assoumani of Comoros, the Union of Comoros, who is also the chair of the African Union. We expect him to arrive shortly. We will also have Honorable Ivete Maibaze. Is Honorable Ivete Maibaze here? And that is the Environment Minister of Mozambique. Might not appear, but we'll wait and see. We also have Honorable Engineer Collins Nsovu, who is the Minister of Green Economy and Environment of Zambia. Honorable Nsovu? It's quite late in the day, so we will see some of these people as they show up and as the conversation continues. And we have a representative from the World Food Programme, and we also have Mr. Philip Lopokoiyot, who is the ICEA Lion CEO and also the chairperson of the Nairobi Declaration of Sustainable Insurance. Is Philip here? There he is. Good to see you, sir. Thank you very much, and we look forward to hearing from you. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the President of the African Development Bank to come and make the opening remarks. And as I said, this is probably going to be the most important announcement you hear throughout the Africa Climate Summit. So stay with us.
Well, thank you all very much. I'm now going to give you a written speech. First is, why are we doing what we are doing? Farmers in Africa rely only on the rain. In other parts of the world, farmers get insured. The products are insured. The equipments are insured. everything about them is insured. But in Africa, I like prayer, don't get me wrong. I know you all like prayer and faith and so on, it's fine. But a farmer has to first pray to be sure that you're going to have rain. If they have rain, then they pray again, make sure that the pests and diseases are not going to wipe their crops out or the livestock out. When rains fail, then animals and livestock gets destroyed. And you know, for households in Africa, just simply having a dairy cow means a lot because that's actually practically all of the wealth of that household. So climatic shocks have significant impacts on crops, on livestock, on incomes of farmers, on livelihoods of farmers. The farmers that cannot get access to income affected because of these shocks can't send their kids to school. They can't build a good home for themselves. They can have a decent life. They can have investment in energy. Therefore, what we are talking about is extreme weather patterns impacts negatively the livelihoods of many millions of farmers in Africa, majority of those being women. I remember when I was a graduate student at Purdue University in the United States, long before anybody started talking about climate change, I did my PhD thesis looking at climate change. Collected data. Used data collected by Agrimet, which is the agro-meteorological station in Niger Republic. 50 years data, daily rainfall data, to simulate what decision-making processes of farmers should be in different states of nature. In other words, in different states, when either it's a good year, whether it's a poor year, average year, or whatever, farmers have to make decisions. But they don't have the tools to make those decisions. And that's why I started working on issues of climate change way, way, way back, looking at this particular issue. But one way that we can tackle this particular issue is to make sure that farmers can have access to crop insurance, they can have access to livestock insurance. In most cases, these are all index insurance products. We have a program, oh, Your Excellency the President, please put your hand together for the chair of the African Union. Mr. President, please come right up. You want to be here? Okay, I'll call you up anyway. So I was talking about insurance products, and that you can have livestock insurance products, you can have crop insurance products for farmers. And therefore, the African Development Bank, we launched a program called Africa Disaster Risk Insurance Facility. This facility is essentially to insure countries against catastrophic weather-related events. So take, for example, in Madagascar, when they had drought, we were able to insure them against this particular event. They collected about $2.6 million that supported 600,000 farmers whose lives would have been practically wiped out. In Malawi, we did the same. They got a payout of about $12 million that supported maybe about over 1 million farmers to be able to insure themselves against income loss from these weather effects. We have an institution that is doing that for us. And the CEO is here, and he'll be talking to you later today. Africa Risk Capacity is delivered in Niger, it's delivered in Kenya, it's delivered in Malawi, it's delivered in Madagascar, and it's delivered everywhere. We know it works. Well, here's the problem. Not every single country can afford to pay the cost of insuring themselves against all the issue of you're tackling the issue of COVID, you're tackling the issue of debt, now you have to tackle the issue of climate. And so we decided that we need to scale this up. So this particular session on what you call the ACRIFA is basically our effort to scale up support to insure countries, households against extreme weather patterns. First, I want to thank my Vice President, Beth Dunford. Beth, please stand, and you can call your team to stand. Please, the team from the bank that's working on this, please stand. And these people have been working a lot. And we've been working because we've been supported. I want to recognize the support of the government of Canada, the government of Switzerland, the government of the United Kingdom and United States that allow us to have $55 million capitalization to be able to run the Africa Disaster Risk Insurance Facility that we have. But today, that acronym that we're talking about today changes. It's called Africa Climate Risk Insurance Facility for Adaptation. I was on a plane one day. Andrew Mude, can you stand up? It's one of our big guys doing, your thesis was on insurance products when you attended Cornell University, right, before you came to the bank. Give it up to him. He's a very smart guy. And please sit down. And he came to me on the flight one day, and we were flying together. And you were with somebody else. I forgot who the name of this person was. Yeah, exactly. And he said, Mr. President, we want to talk to you about reinsurance. How are we going to come up with products that allow us to reinsure, work with all the insurers, locally and globally, to reinsure African countries against catastrophic risk events? This is what led to what we are talking about today. And therefore, this is our approach to make sure we are working with the private sector to scale up solutions that work for farmers. I am delighted to have His Excellency, President Assoumani of Comoros with us. Please welcome him once again, the Chairman of the African Union. I think the President probably came here also because he's from a small island state that has a lot of weather-related shocks, that's for sure. But I want to tell you one other reason that the President is here. Le Président, je vais dire ça en français, s'il vous plaît. Le Président, mon ami, il m'a dit toujours, Président Dessinant, je veux que vous et moi-même, on change le côté. Et vous venez devenir le Président à Comores, et lui, il vient à la Banque africaine de développement en tant que Président. Et il lui dit, mon Excellence, mais pourquoi?
He said, you know that me as a president, I have a lot of problems in such a country. And you, I'm tired of talking about worries of this nature. Mr. President, I thank you very much for your presence here. Thank you for your support, for your commitment. Thank you for the support you're making about climate change. It's a big problem for our continent. You are a leader who is committed, who has a lot of devotion towards this cause.
So therefore, just to close, I would like to say that the African Development Bank will be mobilizing an initial amount of $1 billion. Yes. To develop climate insurance solutions through a wide network of 150 insurers and reinsurers. That is what ACRIFA is. And I'm so proud of it, and I think it will change the lives of so many millions of people in Africa. So welcome once again, and let me turn it back to you, Kashauja.
I know it's been a long day, but President Adesina deserves a much louder round of applause. It's really good to have you again here, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for making time to speak to us. And may I now invite you to come and speak to us. And what I'd really like you to tell us, first of all, is to talk about the Comoros experience. And then broadly, just tell us how you see ACRIFA helping the continent, because you are indeed the man who is running the continent as the chair of the African Union. Excellence.
Merci beaucoup de me donner la parole. Et
Thank
comme il a
you
dit,
for
mon
giving
cher
me the
frère
floor.
Adesina,
As my dear
maintenant je ne
brother,
compte pas les
Dr.
soucis.
Adesina said,
Donc je vais compter l'argent là.
I don't want to
Parce que ce qu'il a dit, c'est vrai.
belabor the point on
Quand je lui ai demandé de me
our
donner de
grievances.
l'argent,
I need money.
faire l'argent pour
When I
faire l'argent,
asked
faut
him
payer,
to
faut
give me
payer.
money, he said,
J'ai dit on échange de poste.
but why do you need money?
compter les
You always
soucis,
ask for
et moi, je vais
money.
compter l'argent.
Then I offered him that we change
cas,
our duties, we change
merci
our
beaucoup.
position so that he can be
Mon cher frère,
counting
avant d'entamer mes
grievances
propos,
and
puisque
I will be counting money.
effectivement, je suis président de l'Union des Comores. J'ai eu une expérience d'un État
Was president of the
insulaire en
Comoros,
développement.
and I had
Et maintenant,
the
j'ai
experience
reçu un
of
honneur de
a
présider à la destinée
small insulated
africaine
developing
pendant cette année,
island.
avec tous les défis que vous connaissez. que
And
nous
I
devons
am
affronter.
currently
Donc,
the
je vais
chairperson
d'abord,
of the African
m'adresser
Union
à vous en
Commission
tant que président
with
de l'Union
all
africaine.
the
Et puis, comme il a été demandé,
challenges
je vais
that
donner
we are facing.
quelques expériences de mon pays. C'est
I would
vrai, moi,
like
j'ai
to
toujours
give
dit,
you some
il n'y a pas
experiences
un petit État.
of my
Un État,
country.
c'est un État.
There is no small
Quelle que soit la
country.
surface, quelle que soit la population.
Whichever
Mais un État, c'est un
area,
État. Il a la même responsabilité,
every country
la même
has
devoir et
the
le
same
même droit, bien
responsibility, the same
Donc, effectivement,
duty,
vous devez
and of
discipliner
course,
là-dessus.
the same
Mais
rights.
avant tout propos,
Before I continue,
mon cher frère,
my dear
mon
brother,
futur successeur,
my future successor, Mr. Adesina,
honorable assistance.
honorable
Encore une
assistants,
fois,
honorable
nos amis
participants,
ivoiriens nous ont dit trop de viande ne
once
gâte pas la sauce.
our Ivorian
Permettez-moi
friend
de
said,
remercier le président
too
Ruto
much meat is not bad
pour
for
avoir
the
pris
soup.
cette initiative, nous
And I would like
inviter
to
dans cette
thank
belle ville
the
de
president
Nairobi,
for
dans ce beau pays
taking
de
this
Kenya,
initiative
dans le
and
cadre
inviting us
de ce
to this
qu'on est en train de
beautiful
discuter
country,
depuis hier,
Kenya, within
le
the
climat.
framework of our
Et de ce
discussions that we
côté-là, on
started
sait
yesterday,
que c'est un pays qui est
climate.
dans le bon chemin
From
du
this
climat.
perspective, we
Donc effectivement,
feel
le
that
fait de
President
tenir ce sommet
Ruto
ici, je
has
pense que c'est une
taken
très belle
Kenya
coïncidence.
to a very important outlook on
pour moi de me
climate
joindre à
matters. I feel very honored to be part of this discussion
de la facilité d'assurance des risques
related
climatiques
to the
pour l'adaptation en Afrique
African
qui se tient en plein
facility,
cœur
insurance facility
sommet
for adaptation
sur le climat
in
en Afrique.
Africa within the framework
Au regard de
of
la
the
fréquence croissante
African Climate Summit.
et de l'impact des
Considering
catastrophes naturelles
the
à grande
impact
échelle sur le continent,
and the rhythm of
gouvernements
national
africains
disasters
ont de plus
on
en plus
African
besoin
countries,
de
African
disposer de plans de
governments
gestion
have to
des risques
take
de catastrophes
a number of measures
liés
to
au climat
manage
qui soient actionnables, complets
disaster
et
risks that
transparents.
should be actionable, complete,
Ces
and
plans doivent être
transparent.
soutenus
These
par
plans
des
should
instruments
be
de
supported
financement,
by
des risques adéquats,
financing
tels que l'assurance.
mechanisms that are sufficient and
Je tiens alors
adequate,
à remercier
such
le
as
président de la
insurance.
Banque africaine de développement,
I would like, therefore, to
mon
thank the
frère
president
Adesina,
of the
enfin,
African
mon futur
Development
successeur,
Bank, my brother
ainsi que
Adesina,
la
and
BAD
future successor,
pour
as
l'organisation
well
de
as
cette
the
rencontre
African Development
qui
Bank,
apportera
for
plus de
organizing this
lumière
important
sur
meeting
cette
that will
facilité
shed
assurance.
more light on this
Cette facilité
insurance
assurance est une
facility.
innovation de la BAD.
This insurance facility
pas
is
arriver
an
à un
innovation
meilleur
of the
moment
ADB,
puisqu'elle vise à
and
aider
it comes at the right
les
moment
pays africains,
when
en particulier
African countries, in
leur
particular,
secteur agricole à se
are
préparer
facing
à s'adapter
enormous difficulties with their
renforcer
agricultural
leur
sector
résilience
and are trying
aux
and are
impacts
preparing
du
to
changement
strengthen their
climatique,
resilience
tels
to the
que les
impacts of
inondations et la sécheresse.
climate change, such as
Cette campagne
floods
d'assurance est
and
importante pour moi. Non
drought.
seulement en
This
tant que
scheme
président
is
de l'Union
important for
africaine,
me, not only as
mais
the
aussi
president
en
of
tant
the
que président
the
des
chairperson
Nations
of the
insulaires.
African Union Commission, but also
tiens à
as the
rappeler à tous
president of
Les
a
petits
small
connaissent trop bien des réalités du changement
insulated
climatique.
country. Our
et leur
country
impact
is
sur
so
nos
used to the
économies,
realities of
nos
climate
terres,
change with its
nos eaux,
impacts on our economy,
personnes
our
que nous
lands, our waters,
À
and
cet
the
égard,
people that
en
it
tant que
harbors.
continent, nous devons tous renforcer
Therefore, as
notre
a
capacité
continent, we should all strengthen
d'adaptation
our
et de
adaptation
résilience.
and resilience capacities.
Honorable assistance, mesdames et messieurs,
Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to observe that the ADB has been supporting the campaign for this facility and adaptation in Africa with important stakeholders. Many of you are present today here, including the CEO of the Pan-African Risk Management Group, and as we all know, this is a special institution of the African Union that works hand in hand with the ADB to provide insurance coverage to African countries. This collaboration helps to unlock important funding that will help African countries to improve their planning and response capacities to climatic catastrophes. I would like also to thank the Climate Green Fund that helps us to strengthen our capacity to further our collaboration that will help to our countries to change the way they manage climate change. We have the duty to support adaptation in Africa by strengthening partnerships and ensuring risk at higher scale in Africa. There are a lot of shortcomings in terms of insurance in Africa. That is why we should do more. We need resources to extend, intensify adaptation and resilience programs for the most vulnerable populations of the continent. I am happy to observe that today we have the representatives of the insurance industry in Africa here today, and I'm also happy to see that there are government representatives to this important meeting, because these countries have made the first-hand experience of the use of insurance to manage the impacts of climate change. And finally, I would like to thank the World Food Programme, whose action on the field is unprecedented and helps to strengthen the confidence of the private sector in their mission of facilitating insurance for climatic risk in Africa and adaptation in Africa. With these resources, with commitment, with dedication, if we have the $5 billion that developed countries have committed, have pledged each year for climate change in the world, with insurance capacities, we will be able to collectively mobilize the capacities of the African insurance industry, and we will strengthen our capacity to improve Africa's resilience to climate change and disasters. I thank you for your kind attention. As I was asked, please give me 3 other minutes. First of all, very sincerely, I would like to tell President Adesina that Africa is proud of him. He is the pride of Africa through the actions that he has on the field, be it for Africa or for the benefit of the whole world. I have had the opportunity to discuss with him many times, and I think that you deserve a lot of respect. And even before I became the chairperson of the African Union, I was always keen on supporting you to all the actions so that the African Development Bank can be the example for other banks. It's not easy to count money, but it's again more difficult to give it. And Mr. President, each time you have called me, I've always tried to be present to see what you are doing on the field. Concerning the problem of the Comoros, I would dwell here saying a lot of things about my country. We are in a small insulated country in the Indian Ocean, between Mozambique and the Indian Ocean, and Malawi or Mozambique are always home to natural disasters each year, including our own country. We tried to manage these problems internally. We didn't want to expose our problems like other countries. But this is the opportunity for me to tell you how much Comoros, like many other countries in Africa, are hit by natural disasters. This is to show you that at times there is rising sea levels and the levels of our mountains is rather decreasing. We are even trying to delocalize some of our cities, and the Comoros are just 2,000 square kilometers. We don't have enough space. So that is why we are most concerned by this problem. That's life, but life is not all about sleeping. We have to work hard. We are a small surface with surrounded by the sea and with a lot of mountains, but we also have extraordinary tourism opportunities. So we cannot unlock our touristic potential when we face this type of risk. In 2019, we witnessed a lot of hurricanes, and there is a Comoran word that says this was the island of 1952. When they say the disasters of 1952, it means we didn't all face this disaster. It happened in 1952, but it is coming back, and we have to live with it, to adapt to this, and make sure that we tackle all these issues to have a decent life, but most of all, to have a good and a better legacy for the future generations. This is our wish, and that is why, of course, I am here today to show you my support, but also, most importantly, to tell you that how much I myself, I am concerned by this situation. I thank all your team, I thank the moderator, and I thank everybody. I thank Mr. President, and I am confident that we will get there. We will find solutions to our problems. Thank you very much.
Let's give His Excellency another round of applause. For his country, the climate crisis is an existential threat. And that applies to many other countries across the continent as well. And it was really powerful to listen to him speak about it. We're going into a panel discussion right now. We've ripped the script for various reasons. But before I go any further, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Ibrahima Sheikh Nyong, who is the Director General of, he's the Assistant UN Secretary General, but also Director General of ARC. Let's give him a round of applause. You'll be hearing a lot more about the work, the very important work that ARC is doing very shortly. My panelist is going to be made up of you, sir, if you may, please come up. Yes, yes, I'm appointing panelists now. And I would also like to invite Martin Frick from the World Food Programme. Do come up if you may, please. And I'd also like to invite Mr. Philip Lopokoyit. You're welcome, sir. And eventually you'll hear from Beth Danford. But I'd also like to invite one more person from the audience. I'd like Dr. Hassan Bashir to come up here as well, please. Yes. I caught him a bit off guard. He's looking at me with squints. But that is fine. You shall find out why it's important for him to be here. This, as you heard, that is Beth Danford, who is the Vice President in charge of what is happening here today. Okay, we have a panel. And Dr. Adeshina, would you like to join us on the panel as well? He's going to listen. So it's going to be very interesting. No pressure, guys. The reason why I asked Dr. Hassan Bashir to come up here and talk, you'll hear that very shortly. And the reason why I asked Ibrahima to come up as well, you'll learn about that shortly. And Martin Frick is from the World Food Programme. It's doing a lot of important work, and we shall learn about that very shortly as well. But if I may start with you, Dr. Hassan Bashir. First of all, in the simplest language possible, what are we talking about? Africa Climate Risk Insurance Facility for Adaptation. What is that?
ACRIFA is a facility that will sit at the African Development Bank that is focused on building access to insurance for agri-SMEs in the African continent. We know that the future of Africa's growth is dependent on SMEs, particularly agri-SMEs. They are the ones who put food on the table. However, despite that importance, they are banded as a risky band and therefore lack access to finance. ACRIFA's intent is to use insurance as an instrument for climate adaptation to ease access to finance for agri-SME business in Africa.
And the person sitting next to you, Philip, if I may use your first name so I don't massacre your surname too much. You are representing the Nairobi Declaration for Sustainable Insurance. What exactly is that? And what has that got to do with ACRIFA?
All right. Thank you. We'll just explain a bit of background on the Nairobi Declaration and then just link it back with ACRIFA as you've asked me. I want to say that the Nairobi Declaration for Sustainable Insurance was an initiative that was launched in April 2021, and it was alongside the UNEP PSI and also hosted by the ICA Lion group. I want to say that the NDSI is one of a kind, and it's a coalition of African insurers addressing African challenges with African solutions, and who are committed to ensuring that they are achieving the sustainable development goals.
So how many African insurers are we talking about?
So initially we began with about 11. We've grown exponentially. We are currently 128. And these 128 are based across 28 African countries.
So 28 African countries, I don't know what the maths is, I think 26 left, or is it, 26 left? Are you planning to co-opt more people into it, more organizations into it?
We are continuing to increase, and even this 128 is likely to increase even within this week to a little bit more. So we hope to certainly reach over 150 by COP28.
And what does that got to do with ACRIFA?
Now, the link with Africa with ACRIFA is really back to the objectives of NDSI. And the focus of NDSI is really about action, and that is delivering sustainable solutions for some of the systemic challenges that are facing Africa. And therefore, ACRIFA is part of the solution that NDSI is pursuing.
Brilliant, brilliant. Let's give Philip a round of applause. And Patrick from the World Food Programme, the WFP is in many ways a pioneer in the application of insurance solutions in the management of climate risk at both sovereign, that's country, and micro level. I wonder what your views are and experience on how insurance can contribute to de-risking of food systems and also the agricultural food chains. What do you think? What's your experience and how can insurance contribute to the de-risking?
Well, thank you very much. And maybe I start with a word that you would not expect. That's the word trust. And there is the English word of being trustworthy. And one of the unfairness of climate change is that those who suffer most under climate change are considered by markets as not being trustworthy. So if you are considered not being trustworthy, what does that do with the trust that you have in yourself? And I think backing smallholder farmers with insurance is giving that trust in a double sense. Trust to the farmers that we believe in them, that we believe in their hard work, that we believe they don't want to end up as recipients of aid, they want to take the things in their own hands. But it's also trust from the market that you can and you should inspire and invest in these hard-working people. And that is what we are basically doing with these insurance products. And we are embedding it in a system in which we look into savings, in which we look into loans, into insurance, but also in managing the natural resources such as water that the farmers need to produce.
Right, and also WFP has been part of the FDP's sovereign risk insurance program through ADRIFI, that's correct? And through its ARC replica initiative, I wonder what in your perspective would ACRIFA's role be in supporting the de-risking of climate-sensitive agri-food and value chains?
Well, the president of the African Development Bank said it in a
Can I just ask Philip to switch off his microphone? I think that might help. Yeah.
The president of the African Development Bank said it very eloquently. It simply works. And because it works, we are now very excited about the ACRIFA possibility to go to the mezzo level, to go to the farm level, and really expand the insurance coverage to people who need it. And it's on the basis of years of experience, 15 years if I'm not mistaken, that we have the confidence that we can build that up, and I can only applaud the initiative because it is backing up the farmers that we need to support in that situation.
And then the $1 billion that was announced that is hoping the ACRIFA fund will be able to raise. Dr. Adeshina announced that $1 billion. I wonder what bottlenecks that fund would unlock in the context of the WFP climate risk insurance programming.
Well, it helps us making progress in fighting hunger sustainable. And it helps unlocking private sector capital because the perceived risk, and often, and I think His Excellency, the President of Kenya, said that even in the opening speech, the perceived risk is even higher as the actual risk is. And what we can do with insurance instruments such as that, we can inject the trust in the market, and that is unleashing much more capital than is only, in inverted commas, provided by the insurance cover.
Thank you. Let's give Martin, a round of applause. And Assistant Secretary General Ibrahima, first of all, having listened to all this, how excited are you about ACRIFA and its potential, seeing as you're also the Director General of ARC, which does a lot of important work across the continent?
Well, first of all, thank you for promoting me from making a call to action to be a panelist, which hopefully give me more time to say more about the complementarity within what is being launched and what we've been doing at ARC. But before I do so, obviously I'd like to salute the President of the African Development Bank for the support he's provided for ARC to be possible, but also the President of Comor for reminding us, ultimately, we need to protect the life and livelihood of people who are affected by disasters. And I think they set the scene beautifully well in making sure, beyond the technicality, we also have to remember this is about the human face. I think second, just to underscore, and and I've said it in a different panel, there is a human face to climate change. And that is the impact of tropical cyclone in Madagascar. That's the impact of drought in the Horn of Africa, also in the Sahel. And that is the impact of flood, which we launched at ARC sort of recently. The bad news is the extreme weather conditions are getting worse, they're not getting better. So we're going to be dealing with this challenge for a number of years to come. And the only way out is like to innovate, and that's why what we just described indeed goes at the bottom of what we need to do to make sure we continue innovation. I think second, I certainly welcome an initiative like this. As I mentioned to the Vice President, as long as we can sit down and look at the complementarity, because the demand is huge. So therefore, not one facility alone can actually handle the type of challenge that we have on the continent. And I think if the purpose, which I believe is the case, in scaling up the work that ARC's been doing, I think this is certainly something that will go a long way in providing impact. And scaling up for us is very specific. Today, ARC has 36 member states, but Africa is more than 36. As you grow the number of members, you can imagine the demand is going to be huge. Second, disaster does not mean the same thing to each of our countries. So therefore, unless we're able to respond to the demand of our member states, eventually we become irrelevant as other competing initiatives come forward and find ourselves certainly not responding to the demand. And I think third, we talked about the power and the value addition of insurance, but the President of African Development Bank has mentioned it. The reality is there's what I call the AAA, affordability, accessibility, and availability of premium financing. So no matter how much you believe in the power of insurance, if you can't afford to pay your premium, obviously it's not going to be benefiting our countries. So I believe the facility in the billions certainly will help to resolve that issue about making premium financing available for those who need them as a way of building the culture of disaster risk management in our member states, with a hope that they would begin to pay their own premium at some point from their own budget. The last point I want to make is risk transfer is not just about premium. It's what happened before the actual premium takes place, and that is the early warning system, the risk profiling, because we all recognize the power of data in Africa. So our policymakers can make informed decisions whether to retain the risk or to transfer the risk. So I'm hoping the facility will also play a major role in making sure we actually build the fundamentals of risk profiling so we can actually grow the pipeline. And second, in Africa, let's face it, insurance is not the only solution. There's also countries whereby the type of risk we're dealing with, insurance may not trigger it, and we have not to be too technical to our member states. So we may have to think about other innovative financing instrument whereby it will complement the insurance offering so we can actually respond to our countries adequately. So I look forward to sitting down with the ACRIFA team, with African Development Bank, to look at the complementarity so that together we can continue to scale up across Africa and serve the continent as expected by our member states. I also look forward to the opportunity and also diversifying the business line that ARC is involved in. Today, our core business is sovereign, but we managed to work with the humanitarian agency, including WFP, in making sure we can increase the coverage. The more coverage we have, the more people we can protect. So therefore, the ability to actually reach out to humanitarian agencies, replicate our replicable program, it's our way of increasing the coverage. And last but not least, and I'm glad the CEO of ARC Limited is here, we're very committed to working with the small farmers and diversifying to a micro and meso insurance so we can reach the small farmers. So ultimately, we have the same fight, and that is to protect the most vulnerable. And I have no doubt we can find a common ground to make sure that ACRIFA, ARC, all work for the African continent. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my distinguished panel, let's give them another round of applause. Does anybody have any questions? I'll take one or two questions. Yeah, I know it's that time of the day. It's been a long day. Any questions? And I'm assuming nobody has any more questions. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And if you have any questions and you'd like to approach someone, I'd like to introduce you again to Dr. Andrew Mude. He's sitting right there. Andrew, if you may give us a round. And then Dr. Nungari Mwangi is over there. And any of the gentlemen here will be able to offer you answers. On ACRIFA, good luck to you. Of course, Dr. Hassan Bashir will speak specifically about ACRIFA if you have any questions at all. Let's thank them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. To close this session, let's again invite Vice President Beth Danford from the African Development Bank.
Well, thank you very much. It was quite a session, and I think you all have persevered through a very, very long day. But I think to have President Adesina come with his vision leadership that is always inspiring, and then His Excellency, the President of Comoros, with his passion, real-life experience that really helped bring us down. I think it was an amazing start to this session. And I just really want to thank our esteemed panelists. Some of them didn't know they were going to be panelists, and really appreciate that especially. And we saw contributions that were action-oriented, solution-oriented, and really your presence helped to really elevate the importance of insurance, climate risk insurance, to help Africans manage and adapt to climate change. Your insights today helped us flesh out what we need to do to really make this climate risk insurance widely available through the private sector. And thank you for the commitment of African leadership that we saw here today through the Chair of the African Union, His Excellency the President of Comoros, and others. Really is evidence as the vision that we heard here today. And I just want to really thank the African Risk Capacity Group and also Africa's insurance industry. We know that your commitment to advance climate adaptation through the Nairobi Declaration of Insurance, also the support of FSD Africa has been critical to all of this. Partners like WFP, the Green Climate Fund that couldn't be here, and really others who've been with us every step of the journey. We're going to really count on your support going forward, and many, many others will join. So again, we welcome partners to join. If you like what you've heard, be in touch. Again, as my president likes to say, can't put your hands around a baobab tree alone. Let's come together on this. And as His Excellency President Ruto said this morning, the African Climate Summit is a global pre-COP. The world is listening, and this is a pre-event for us really on the road to really gain momentum to really make this facility real and bigger at the actual COP. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our mission is urgent, undeniable. We've heard it again and again today. With every unpredictable rain, prolonged drought, every flood, Africa feels the weight of inaction. And so what we're talking about here today isn't just about policies. The impact of a thriving climate insurance industry in Africa is about lives. And it's about an Africa that just doesn't survive in climate uncertainties, but thrives in them. Thank you very much.
She deserves a much bigger round of applause. I cannot overstate how hard the guys from her team have worked on this. They've worked exceptionally hard, and they deserve a round of applause. Dr. Andrew Mude, Dr. Hassan Bashir, Dr. Mwangi, Dr. Tom Owiyo here as well. Thank you very much, guys. You've been working exceptionally hard. It's an urgent problem that needs to be addressed. Food is the one constant. I wish I could offer you food right now, but I can't. It's the one constant that we all need to survive, and it's really important that that food chain is protected. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alan Kasuja. My podcast, Africa Daily, I have to plug this all the time. Thank you very much for being an absolutely patient and brilliant audience. I wish you the best.